And welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to another week, another edition here of the PiGosaur Cup. PiGosaur Cup number 75, your weekly dose of PiGosaur Cup action. I'm Coach SI VIP. With me, I'm joined by these amazing players, by the people in chat as well. Welcome, one and all. And thank you so much. I stand for the 5 gifted subs to the community. God, thank you so much for the support. We do appreciate it as always. I stand by. But thank you so much for the support. And welcome, one and all. I do apologize for the extended timer here coming into the PiGosaur Cup, but we are jumping into the first round. The first round is still ongoing, by the way, which is crazy. We're jumping into the first series of the broadcast. We're jumping in mid-series, actually. We are tied up 1-1, and we are entering the ace match. Let's go, Pappy. Let us go. As spawning in the top right hand corner here of Washout, we have the orange Protoss player. We have the American Protoss. It is ByuN. And spawning in the bottom hand corner, we have his opponents. We have the red Zerg player. The red Zerg player, it is the Wayman. Here we go. And if you're in the chat, you know what time it is. It is Gamba time. Predictions are open. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series. Best of luck in the chat as we do enter the round of 32. Let's go. Let us go. Again, do apologize for going live a little bit later here, but I mean, the first round is still ongoing, so it's all good. We do jump in, and this is a very special edition of PiGosaur Cup because we do have a custom map pool. Now this map pool was already in the tournament map pool. To be fair, we already had Washout for quite some time, but we are going to be incorporating some of the other AVEX maps. Interesting. Necropolis, which is also an RSL map, is going to be involved alongside BlackRock, which I've yet to really experience. I'm curious what BlackRock has to offer. I believe both BlackRock and Necropolis are going to be added, they're going to be competing in the TLMC. So curious to see what AVEX has brought to the table. I'm curious. Otherwise, going to be settling in. Hatchcast full set open out of our Zerg player. Likewise, we do have our own gate expand into Cybercore. So far, so good. When it comes to Washouts, we do have some unique features here. We did have a recent change, if you recall. Originally, these towers were designed to be knocked down to destroy the gold patches in all these hybrid bases, but they have since moved it so the gold patches are safe and the towers knock down regular patches instead. So this does give a little bit more value to these otherwise hybrid bases where they do have gold patches that are now permanent. Previously they were not. So a couple of those are the only changes that are apparent to me, at least. Potentially there were some other changes made as well, but otherwise we do have our standard openers building up in towards the mid game. We're tied up 1-1. I'm not too certain as to what happened in game 1 and game 2, but regardless, we are diving into at least the ace match. Let's go, Pappy, let's go. It's time for AC2 players to get washed in this spell. Oh, it's time to go full Rainer, Pappy. True. Not like this. Kappa. As this is going to be that Stargate opener out of ByuN. Stargate into Oracle in towards the early to mid game. From here, we'll see how our players do decide to tech up and how we deviate in towards a longer game state. Whether we go into Muta play, whether we go into Ling Hydra, whether we go into Roach based play, if we go into early Blink, early Charge, early Adepts. Eyes are on our players when it comes to our upcoming techs of choice. We are getting there. Wash out loud. Yes, very in theme. Very in theme. Of course, we've been quite intense when it comes to casting as of late. Last night we were live with the Tuna Cup, of course. This evening we're live with Kung Fu Cup as well. A lot of catching up, a lot of catch-up streams. We're getting there. Just see Slojo earlier asking about the bunnies. The bunnies are good. They're doing well. Chi-Chi has recovered from previously. I do need to, I'm so bad at taking photos and posting them on Discord. I need to be a little bit more adamant about that. I'm not the most adept when it comes to taking photos, but yes, I'll do my best. The bunnies are very cute. They're okay. Oh, as the Oracle does slip into the main, so far getting 3 turns. No, ByuN, calm down as we overextend, and ooh, the Oracle does go down. Not quite worth it. Not worth it here for ByuN. Gets 3 drones, but we'll lose the Oracle. At the same time, that does trigger a big counterattack. Thankfully, the second Oracle should pop out in time. Adepts are in position, and the Oracle has arrived. So these Lings are going to be deflected. They're going to be shut down. This was not quite worth it for the Wayman, as he is going to be zoned away. Behind this, the Wayman going to be droning, saturating, taking his own Evo chamber. Evo Chamber first usually means +1 melee into a Ling Hydra heavy composition. That is usually the case. We'll keep an eye on our players though, as there is that Hydra Den. This is actually a bit of a delayed Evo Chamber, so technically we could go straight into +1 range. Eyes are on the way, man. Behind this, it's going to be a standard follow-up here, +1 and blink. So standard follow-up here and towards a standard mid-game from ByuN at least. Oh, wait, what? Carapace. What? Carapace is on the way, which is a little bit perplexing. So the reason why early Evo Chambers usually +1 melee and later Evo Chambers usually +1 range, Carapace upgrades are very rare in ZVP. The reason for this is because the amount of damage, the damage output of Protoss units on Zerg units is very, very high, referring to Storm, Colossus, Disruptors, Immortals, Glaive Adepts, Zealots. Like, usually the damage output is very high, so it's just not worth getting and investing into armor upgrades because your units are just going to die quickly anyway, specifically in this matchup. So this is a very rare sight. Curious what the plan is going to be here, as typically Carapace has less value than the attack upgrades in ZVP. The only thing that I would say, the only caveat to that I would say, is if you're going Ling into Ultra Rush, right? If you're rushing into Ultras then, and you're getting into Kindness Plating and of course the rest of your upgrades, like that's where armor upgrades do have a little more value, but that's because the Ultra has so much armor to begin with and so much health as well, like so much HP. But that's not what's happening here. As we're getting into Hydra upgrades, Baneling speed is on the way. We're building up our Hydras early on. Not entirely convinced here about how we're building up, but okay. ByuN does move out. He can trade well here. Show us the blinks. Show us the blink control, papi. Show us what you got. Storks, they pick in. They chip off some Zerglings. Can we bait him into the stasis? Oh! First stasis does go off. Just one so far. Just one does connect. No reinforcements. Second stasis trap does connect though. Nice connections here. The Hydras are exposed, but there are many Stalkers. Behind this, if you had like 8 gateways, a prism, or a proxy across the map, ByuN could potentially break this position, but ByuN is taking gases, throwing down cannons. Jesus, a lot of cannons, a lot of shield batteries, and taking up into Storm. ByuN is building up in towards a longer and later game. He's not being aggressive. He's poking, but he's not committing. So there was potential, to be honest. Like, we had some really nice stasis traps. We had a lot of potential here, but ByuN, he does not reinforce. And we'll see if he can hold on. As ByuN, he's banking resources. We're missing warpins. Ooh, we're missing warpins. We're on a low gateway counts. Only 6 gateways. We gotta spend our money, ByuN. No. He's panicking. He's being casted. Don't like this. You can do it. We need to warp in, papi. We have warp-ins available. As the way, man, he will commit. Show us the storms. Show us the storms. Okay, first storm. First storm does land. Not bad. Second storm on the Ling Bane. Archon morphs in. I believe those are the only storms. Yeah, only 2 High Templar, only 2 storms. The way, man, does commit in. Okay, we're backing 1,000 here. We did miss warp-ins. And with that, the mineral line goes down. Oof. Yeah, mineral line goes down. 18 probe kills. ByuN, he does hold, he does survive, but this was a messy defense here from ByuN. Very messy. Oof. And the Wayman is doing this again. He's just building back up to more Ling Hydra. ByuN has a lot of catching up to do. Did retain all of his Immortals at least, true, and that's a decent amount of High Templar. But again, we're still banking some resources, or we're going to be expanding, claiming a 4th base. It's going to be a tough hold here at the 4th. It's going to be very, very difficult. Just because the initial 3-base defense was so shaky, it will make the follow-up here even more difficult for ByuN. The way, man, is rebuilding, remaxing, is getting ready for the next wave, the next round. Here we go. Moving out with his Ling Bane, does scout the would-be 4th base. The Wayman should be able to deny. Jesus. That's 13 more Banelings on the way. For those looking for updates, Chi-Chi's being a gremlin. Once again, ruling the house. Yes, yes. Chi-Chi is a gremlin. We love Chi-Chi. Ah. She cannot be contained. So the Wayman does commit in. Again, does deny the 4th base. This is all that the Wayman really needs to do. Deny the 4th. Take another expansion. Zealots did deny the 5th of the Wayman, so there's a bit of a back and forth here, but we have plenty of spine crawlers. This will buy time. Buy time for the army to race back home. More Zealots here towards the left-hand side. The Wayman not quite in position to defend here. Drones are going to be going down. They're losing 3 drones, losing 2 spine crawlers. So likewise, a little bit of a messy defense here, but the Wayman does hold. From here, we can start to take up. Do we have an infestation pit? No. No infestation pit, no lurker den. We could be taking up further in towards lurker tech and claiming more bases. I would go for the center expansion here just because it feels a little bit more secure and safe against these zealot realm buys. But the Wayman, he's committing here on lair tech. Shows the storms. 6 High Templar. Oh, a massive storm! Yeah, massive storm in the link bay. Oh my god! But we have the flank. Yeah, we have the flanking army. High Templar, they do survive. Very nice storms. Jesus, just a pool of blood here, pool of red on the right hand side. Everything just melted. The Wayman took a really rough fight. And remember, the Wayman chose not to tech, and he's getting surrounded. The Zealots taking on top of the Hydras. A very nice hold here from ByuN. And again, the Wayman, the infestation is so low. Still no lurker den, still no hive. He forced himself all in. He didn't have to, but he was lair tech all in. And now everything is swinging in favor of ByuN. Okay. I mean, partially also because of these zealot realm buys, right? Ensuring that this, again, Bappy, we have a center base here. It's safer. No. I mean, quote unquote safer. It's closer to ByuN, but it's on the high ground, so a little bit more secure. Here we go, going for the other expansion. ByuN, he rotates. He should be able to knock this down. He's here to knock it down. Hive now begins. Still no lurker den, which means no lair tech lurkers even. And ByuN just built up a death ball of an army. A death ball back. How many immortals? 10! 10 immortals. Even if there were a handful of lurkers, that they could not hold on. They could not hold their own against 10 immortals. Hydras, they almost catch out some immortals themselves. Show us the storms. Oh, speaking of 3 storms, yeah, 3 storms get thrown down. Bailings, they do roll in. Massive connections. Ooh, that was a miscontrol. Yeah, that was a miscontrol here from ByuN. The High Templar were stacked. They were exposed. But it's fine. He will lose all the High Templar, but he still overwhelms. GG gets called, and ByuN, he will claim the series 2-1, advancing on to the round of 16. GG. Whew. GG, well played. Congratulations, ByuN. He will claim the series. Very shaky, very messy is what I will say. The Wayman had a big lead, had a big advantage, but the Wayman wasn't able to capitalize on that lead. Instead of claiming a 5th base and taking up, the Wayman stayed on 4 bases, not because of his own volition, of course. His 5th base was cancelled twice, I believe. But the Wayman, he was stuck on 4 bases. He was stuck on lair tech. He chose not to go for the lurker den. He chose not to get the hive. He chose not to tech up in any other direction. He was stuck on Lingbane Hydra, and eventually ByuN was able to build up to critical mass of Immortal and High Templar. GG. Whew. GG, well played. Impressive play there by ByuN. Does claim the series just barely, and with that we are getting into our next round. Going to be loading, going to be getting into the round of 16. Let's go. Now, as we get into the round of 16, just quickly checking here. Did I not open predictions? Am I crazy? Okay, we did. With that, we're going to be following ByuN. Exclamation mark B in the chat to have a look at the bracket yourselves. The bracket is live. The bracket is available. Let us go. Let us catch up. Okay, from the top, we have the #1 seed of the tournament. We have Clem. Clem is at the top. He's gonna be going up against Percival in the round of 16. Winner goes up against Patricius in the next round, a player that I'm unfamiliar with, who took down Chino. Walkover. Yeah, a lot of walkovers in the first round. No Shino, no Reaper. Feels bad, man. Scrolling down a little bit further, we have Creator. Creator, he 2-0s Tabito. Tabito. Creator does claim the series, waiting for the winner of Hapsaya and Cure. Scrolling down, we have herO. herO's up against Patches. Winner goes up against Rebellion. Meanwhile, we have our next series. ByuN takes down the Wayman, into ByuN, into Percival, into the winner of herO, Patches, and Rebellion. We're focusing here on the lower portion of the bracket, eventually into the finals. This is where our attention lies. So we do have eyes on our players here, and we're going to be following again ByuN into the round of 16. Let's go. Un momento. Here we go. Can you get a walkover if you only build air units? Calm down, Ice Storm. Calm down. There we go. So for now, though, we do have a bit of downtime. Vetoes are underway, and again, the tournament is progressing nicely. There's plenty of other coverage. We have ourselves, we have Steadfast. I think Steadfast was casting the Percival series. He was on the Percival versus Solicitus. We have ourselves, Steadfast, we have Pig, El Chanchito. Chanchito's live. I believe Enki, he's either currently live or he's going live a little bit later on. So Enki's also going to be casting in Spanish. But otherwise, we'll see you guys soon after the break. Going to be cutting to a short break. When we come back, we'll have ByuN and ByuN. See you soon. See you soon after the break. Welcome back, everyone. Welcome back. Hope you enjoyed that lovely brutal OST as we returned. We have returned here with the round of 16. We just covered ByuN, just took down his opponent, the Wayman, in the round of 32, but now we're jumping into the round 16. This is where the bigger names, the bigger players are lying in wait. Oh boy, spawning in the right-hand corner of BlackRock. Oh, we have the South Korean Terran player. We have the Red Terran for Shopify. It is ByuN. And spawning in the bottom hand corner, we have his opponents. We have the blue Protoss player, the blue Protoss himself from Land of the Americas. It is ByuN. And if you're in the chat, you know what time it is. It is Gamba time. Predictions are open. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series. Best of luck in the chat as I'm ready for the Warcraft aesthetic. Let's go. So welcome to BlackRock. So immediately BlackRock, I think of World of Warcraft. BlackRock was on an Orc clan, and there it is. Speaking of Warcraft, we have the Orc Tower. So looks like Avex is a bit of a Warcraft enjoyer here, as yeah, we have all the spikes, we have all the skulls. It's very Orc-esque. It's very green as well, which makes sense. So very BlackRock fan. God, I don't remember. For those who are unaware, I used to play a lot of WoW back in the day, like back in God, Wrath of the Lich King, Cataclysm, all that kind of era, StarCraft, that kind of era, World of Warcraft. I can't remember what clan is the BlackRock clan. I can't quite recall. I know it's Orcs. I know that. God, I'm trying to reach into the deep recesses of my mind. I can't quite recall, but you know, I can see the references already. I mean, yeah, we just have more Orc towers all over the place. More watchtowers. Hey, look, there's if it couldn't be more blatant, there's an Orc right there. The footman, I should say. Let's go. If the references weren't blatant enough. But you know, references aside, let us discuss the map itself. So Avex, this is looking to be one of the new TLMC submissions. I have yet to see and experience this map yet, so I'm curious as to how he brought this all together. So when it comes to the main base is a little bit accessible. I believe the Blink Stalkers with high ground vision can dive into the main here on the right hand side, but they're going to be a little bit limited here due to the patches. So that is good. There are going to be some limitations here when it comes to rotations, at least a little bit. When it comes to the third location, very close by ground. The linear third base is close by ground, but it is quite open. We do have two big entrances into the third, but we have rocks or towers to be knocked down to actually reduce how exposed the third base is. I'll be honest, the terrain here feels very old school. The terrain here reminds me of, am I thinking of Whirlwind or Python? Like, there's a couple of maps from like early Legacy that had a similar vibe set, but we even have some tall grass here. Okay, curious. Here we can hide units, we can hide scouting SCVs, we can hide probes, we can potentially even hide proxies behind this as well. I feel like there's a lot of potential here with the with the tall grass, with the shrubbery here. Interesting. I do find it interesting as well here to knock down these towers. Knock down these rocks. Hellions get across the map, and ByuN, stop killing ByuN. We gotta. I want to see the map. I want to see the map. Where's the tavern? True. Yo, este topping. Oh god. As Heli does get in, 5 probes, getting up to 7 probe kills. This is critical damage already. It was only 2 Hellions, right? Yep, 1 Hellion, 2 Reapers, 7 probe kills. That is critical damage. It was a Stargate opener. I want to look at the map, Bappy. Survive. But this is a lot of damage. ByuN is behind. He's far behind. He has to do some counter damage, moving out with the Oracle, moving out with the Adepts. Very quickly here, do we have any taverns in the center? Unfortunately, I would love to see like just a random like neutral tavern in the middle of the map. I'm sure there are some Moopies around as well, some Ewoks, I'm sure. Speaking of, there's a dead bear. I'm sure that's a reference to WoW. Yeah, the Oracle is going to be deflected. Hey, we have more orcs over here. More orcs. They're chilling. Loktar. Catching with the chat. Only by light. Oh no. But so what I was gonna get at here is I'm a little bit on on the fence when it comes to how defendable your 3-base setup is. The triangular 3rd base, it's also, I mean, again, the tall grass allows for some interesting attack paths. It looks like these are destructible rocks to open up this attack path a little bit more. Otherwise, it does seem a little bit turtley though. Like if you can knock down these rocks here because of these rocks here as well, the attack paths into your 3 and 4 bases is very limited. It looks like really only 2 viable attack paths, so it seems quite easy to turtle up on 4 bases. The 5th base, different story, right? The 5th base is much more exposed. There's no base here in the center. You do have to expand towards the edges of the map instead. So it's an interesting macro map, I would say, with a bit of a longer rush spike round and with some very interesting terrain in the center. I feel like there's a lot of complexities here. Oh, let's go. Does hide the pylon, and there's little patches like this, like because of all the tall grass, because of all the shrubbery, there are so many locations where you can hide units. You can hide buildings. Yeah, it has a lot of potential. I feel this map makes me excited. Like I'm like, despite the aesthetic, like because of the layout here, because of all the terrain, it's interesting. It's very interesting. I appreciate it. It feels a little bit bold. Feels bold, not too much. Like, bearing in mind that yes, you can knock down these rocks and you can turtle up, but these rocks are destructible as well. True, right? Like this, once these rocks get dealt with, like this space is still very open and very accessible in a longer and later game once this gets dealt with, of course. So that does help kind of fix that. Helps counteract that, I should say. Meanwhile, nice aces. Yeah, nice aces trap Zelda get on top of the rings. Oh my god, go! Send it, Pappy, send it. Keep going. The boys are being pulled. Yeah, the boys are being pulled, but he's all in. He's all in. We got a master repair here in the bunker. The stasis is about to run out. It's about to run out. And with that, the Zelda, yeah, they're being shut down. They're being shut down here. They can maybe get on top of the tank. Tank is going to be targeted now. We have more Zeldas coming from behind. Keep going. Keep going, Pappy. Ah, the mine shots. Oof. Yeah, mine shots going off. Zelda cleaned up. The bunker defends. The bunker does hold, and the all-in has failed. Had potential, did clean up a decent chunk of army here, but the bunker does stand strong, and ByuN barely does not have enough. Yeah, barely not. And with that, ByuN, he does break the center proxy. Prism on the right-hand side. I'm looking, like, I feel like there's some, like, here, like, there's, like, prime locations for Moopies. There's another little outpost here. Another outpost. I'm gonna look it up. Warcraft Black Rock Clan. Who's the leader of the Black Rock Clan? Was that Black Hands? Maybe? But GG. Yeah, there's nothing. GG gets called, and ByuN, who will claim lead in the series, will take game number 1. GG. Whew. But GG well played. With that, ByuN does take lead in the series. Again, it was just a really rough start for ByuN to lose so many workers at the start of the game to the Reaper Hellion. So ByuN, he was forced into the all-in, and he had potential with the all-in, but unfortunately the repairs were too good, the surround was too good, and ByuN was able to maintain his natural defend and thrive from there. GG well played. Here we go. Yeah, Black Hand. No, yeah, okay. He was the leader of the Black Rock Clan. Okay. I was like, they're gonna get more creative than that, right? No, apparently not. That was Black Hand. Okay. Just double checking my WoW lore. But here we go. And spawning in the bottom right hand corner of Necropolis, we do have the red Terran player. We have the red Terran player himself. We have the South Korean Terran representing Shopify. It is ByuN. And spawning in the top left hand corner, we have his opponents. We have the orange Protoss player. We have the orange Protoss, the American Protoss. It is ByuN. Let's go. Let us go. As we are going to be diving into game number 2 here. Once again, another one of these newer maps. We're going to be loading into Necropolis. This one is a little bit more standard, is what I will say. Like, I will say that Blackrock to me feels really inspired. That's what excites me the most. Like, it's got some like older school vibes when it comes to like the snaking like expansion path and like the more narrow kind of avenues between the bases as well. And I find it really interesting to see the use of the rocks and the use of the tall grass, especially on Blackrock. Here, this is a little bit more standard. I say more standard. We do have a very defendable natural. We have a ramp coming into natural. Thankfully, the ramp is quite wide indeed. So this does help offset how defensive typically high ground natural bases are. So we do have that to offset. Likewise, we have the triangular third base and the linear third also on said high ground. Actually, Necropolis. This map looks familiar. Was this already submitted? I think it might have been. That's the aesthetic here reminds me of some of the other maps from the previous TLMC. But yeah, we do have our initial 3 and 4 base setup here. The distance between them is quite wide. I appreciate the larger entrance here between the bases. I appreciate the wider entrance here at the linear third and the wider entrance here at the it's a little bit more narrow here at the triangular third base. And you have the high ground as well. This triangular third looks a little more defendable. You can set up here on the other side of the terrain, and you can try to set up tanks here, of course, to push in. But this space is large enough where that doesn't really impact the defenses too much here. So yeah, interesting setup when it comes to your, even here actually, this is a very defendable fourth base, very inaccessible I should say, as it's a very long kind of pathway to actually rotate into said base. Interesting, with Zelnaga covering that as well. So relatively defendable 4 base setup. Again, this area here, I do appreciate that it is more accessible to try to punish a player that is being maybe a little bit too turtle heavy. Your main base is pretty well secure. Okay. Again, I'm not vibing as much with Necropolis as I am with Blackrock, but it doesn't look too bad. I'm looking at the center here. Like, I have seen more egregious maps from Avex. Yeah, last season Avex was unhinged, Pappy. It was unhinged. Cab. I'm still referring to. I can't even remember the name of the map. I appreciated what it was, but it was the map that was in RSL, which was like never take a 4th base. Like it was like it was like the insanely open map, which was different. It was very interesting. But at least I felt like it was maybe a step too far. What was it? RSL season 1. I think it was season 1 of RSL. Right? Was it Seligadea? No. Maybe it was season 2? Antimatter was in season 1? Cenotaph, that's it. I think it was Cenotaph. Oh. As we do have a mind drop here from ByuN. Again, just scouting, just checking. It is going to be a Twilight Council opener into 2-gate Blink with a Robo. So relatively safe build here by ByuN. Another mind drop here towards the natural, and we do get one more Rogue. Yeah, one more Hercule, nothing crazy, nothing wild. Just a bit of damage. They wouldn't mind just for 5, and ByuN can always go back in. Can always go back in. As ByuN's getting to zone 3, 1-1 follow-up here. Raven does move out, no Banshee play. The harass does continue as ByuN builds up into a zone 2 base setup. So kind of building up into 2 bases. Mind drop continues. Widowmine is focused down. Nice defense here by ByuN. He's on 3 gates, so again, very safe play. 3-gate Blink into charge before expanding. This feels like a very late third. It is a little bit more delayed than usual here. So delayed third expansion. I'm sure partly because ByuN was distracted trying to defend. Keeping up with the mines. I do feel like his third base is, again, like it feels like a defendable third, but because it's so large here, it's actually quite accessible. Okay. Okay. I can get behind it. It's just an abnormally large third. Like you don't often get third bases that extend out here, of all things. Which do mean if an army goes unscouted and we do get a big rotation, if we can get on top of this high ground, like this third base is it's the edge. Referring to like a tank push, I mean. Tanks can get up here. Or main push can get up there. So now we're going for the bay. Building up into our bay, getting into our own splash damage. Necropolis was an RSL. I'm not referring to Necropolis. I'm not referring to a previous map. But yes, Necropolis is in the current season of RSL. But I was referring to Cenotaph in season 2. Was I thinking of Botanical? Nah, not Botanical. Yeah, tanks that do push in, Zealous they force to engage, the tanks they just pop up on the Stalkers. Ooh, and heavy losses here. Yeah, heavy losses with that. We stim and we want to take down the Immortal. Immortal goes down, Stalkers as well. Heavy losses here for ByuN. And ByuN overwhelms. ByuN, he just overwhelms the army. GG gets called, and ByuN takes game number 2. GG. I didn't reset the score. But GG well played. ByuN, who will claim the series 2-0, advancing on to the quarterfinals. GG, well played. Again, it was cool to see both of Avex's maps. As we mentioned, Necropolis is predominantly already in RSL, but we were referring to some of the other maps that Avex was making, referring to Cenotaph in the previous RSL. But with that, GG. GG, well played. ByuN, he will advance on, and let's catch up on the brackets. Again, unfortunately, ByuN, when it came to his initial opener, he was defending quite well against the Mind Drops, of course, but he had a shaky follow-up in towards the mid-game, and also crucial to try to get a read on that push. Specifically, I feel like the Xel'Naga Tower. The Xel'Naga Tower on the left-hand side will help a lot with scouting for these big pushes towards that third. As I mentioned, because the third base is so large, it is very accessible, and especially if you go unscouted. If the army can push in, if we can get on top of the ramp, then things can very quickly get out of hand. GG. GG, well played. But shout out to ByuN to compete. With that, so we are going to be following our players into the quarterfinals. Let's go. So we already have our quarterfinals getting underway. We have herO. herO's up against Rebellion in the quarterfinals. ByuN is up against Percival. Non-stop mirror matchups. Scrolling up, we have Cure versus Creator, a spicy PVT, and scrolling up a little bit further, we have Clem versus Patronus. Hold on, I'm blind. Yeah. Okay, so we have our top 8. We have our top 8 players here, and we are getting ready for... Oh. We're getting ready for the next round. We're getting ready here for the top 8. ByuN versus Percival. TVT. Let's go. Let us go. For now, though, we are going to be going on a short break. And when we come back, we'll have our next series. We'll have our next matchup. We'll have ByuN and Percival facing off. See you soon. See you soon, Pappy. welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to the quarterfinals of the PiGosaur Cup number 75. Again, this is a weekly tournament, weekly Open Cup, and we have our top 8 players. We have our initial TVT, and spawning in the top left-hand corner of Necropolis, we have the South Korean Terran player. We have the Red Terran representing Shopify. It is ByuN. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have the South Korean Terran player. We have the Blue Terran. It is Percival. Here we go. And again, I do appreciate that we are going to be featuring this map a little bit more here. Again, it does give us a little bit more data moving forward if this is a map that we do want to incorporate into said ladder, into said tournaments, as the TLMC is on the horizon. Now, coming into this, I'm curious to see how well our players can protect that third base. Like, I'm still looking at the third base location, still looking at how accessible it is, and typically TVT, we get a lot of mid-game aggression. A lot of mid-game aggression in TVT, specifically in regards to trying to hold on to and trying to maintain that third. We'll see how our players do make use of the map itself and make use of some of the terrain. Curious. As there's a lot of high ground. There's a lot of high ground. There's a lot of these positions where you can siege, you can set up, whether it's on the other side of these tall grass, whether it's on the high ground of these ramps, I should say, where you can take some better fights and better positions, especially in TVT with your siege lines, with your tanks. So I'm curious how these players do play this out. For now, going to be opening up. It is going to be a single gas opener out of ByuN, single gas opener out of Percival. We have racks expands out of both players. And if you're in the chat, my apologies, it's Gamba time. It is Gamba time. Predictions are open. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series. Best of luck in the chat. Percival versus ByuN should be good, like a modern classico. I mean, again, Percival, he has had the more recent winning record over ByuN. They've been playing a lot, though. They've been playing a lot. It's kind of like, say, like Max versus Clem last year, or Dark versus herO last year. Like these players that play so often because they're so regular in these tournaments and they just keep facing off on a regular basis. That is ByuN and Percival. Like, they play on a weekly basis, at least, sometimes 2-3 times a week even. They play very often, and part of the reason for that is because they play in everything. Like ByuN and Percival, they play in everything, so it's very common to see them face off in a bracket. They've got a lot of practice with each other, a lot of practice. As ByuN does break in, bunker is almost done, not quite though. Yeah, not quite done yet. Marine going to be zoned away. Nice pick up here on the Marine. Does catch a Marine. Does pick up the SCV as well. And nice pick up here by ByuN. Nice control. And he trades almost once. Never mind. Oh my god. The control. Percival, he pulls away. He saves his own Reaper. Takes down 2. And we do have a 1-to-1 trade. ByuN losing 2 Reapers for 1 SCV and 1 Marine. I would say a better trade for Percival. Was a better trade for the Blue Terran. Behind this, we have our 1-1-1 here by ByuN. Likewise, Percival doing the same. Getting there in a bit of a different way here. Looks like a faster factory and a faster starport out of Percival. Slightly. This is building up into earlier cyclones. The reasoning for this is because we have the reactor swap into the factory. So we have reactor Hellion out of ByuN. Meanwhile, Percival went for the add-on swap into a tech lab for the cyclone instead. So very different mid-game here. As ByuN does get a 3rd CC. Ooh, and Percival doesn't see. And Percival, he does not scouts. Doesn't get eyes on the command center. Doesn't know. Does not know. As Percival behind this, getting into his own reactor Viking production. We'll keep an eye out for a second starport. Eyes are peeled. Again, Percival, he's not aware of the faster expansion. ByuN is being quite greedy. Not just that, but because of the reactor Hellion production, tank production has also been delayed for ByuN. So later tanks, faster third. Percival has potential. Yeah, Liberator's on the way. Scan does reveal the reactor on the starport. No Ravens for good reason. We're committing. We might even just pull the boys. But Percival, he will commit. We do see ByuN going for his own second starport follow-up, a bold move. He knows that he's going to be behind when it comes to Vikings, so this will help. And here comes Percival. Again, he's very committed. He is moving out. Second starport now on the way. This feels a little bit late for Percival. I expected this earlier. Hellions, they attempt to dive. They get punished. Liberator gets spotted. ByuN's going to be making 3 Vikings at a time. Ooh, ByuN shoots first. Yeah, ByuN shoots first. Tank goes down. Autostar stays on each other away. And Percival, he does reset the Raven count at least. Okay. Reset the Ravens to no. Bleeding out more Vikings. As Percival, he's getting some ground at least, but it's not going to be enough. He's being cleaned up. It's being cleaned up here. Locking on the tank. The tank does barely knock her down. And Percival bleeds out far too much here. Yeah, far too much. As ByuN does hold, not just that, but remember, ByuN has a third CC. That's the important thing here. ByuN had a very fast third, and he defends. We spoke about it, but Percival, he was so committed here. He had to do more damage. Percival, he needed more damage. Back at home, he's getting his third CC on location. He's rallying everything across the map. We've been very messy. Very messy. Ah, nice pickoffs. Oh no. Yeah, Vikings getting caught out. ByuN, he can clean this up, and he will. Yeah, catching all of the Vikings. Barely not within range of the tank. We're still rallying. We're still just rallying across. Both ways are expanding. We're building him to the economy. ByuN still has a higher worker count. He has a better economy. ByuN is still ahead. Oh no, they're getting the tanks. Oh my god. Catching out of the straight tank. And this just has not been worth it here for Percival. He has built up to a higher Viking count, true. Just barely. So Percival does take over the skies. From here he can switch into Liberator production. We can make the switch. As Percival, he wants that Viking. Oh, gets one. Ooh, does not actually. If Viking does survive, there's a repair from ByuN. ByuN does repair. Percival moving in. Catching on 2 more Vikings. 3 more Vikings even. Vikings go down. Again, Percival, he has not backed off in minutes. Like, it's until finally he pulls away. But Percival has been hyper aggressive. I mean, the goal was to kill earlier, and he failed to do so. He failed to kill ByuN. He failed to take a lead, and in the end, he gets deflected. ByuN, he now takes a massive advantage here when it comes to the economy, when it comes to the army, and now getting a 4th CC on location as well. So far, ByuN is looking good. The one thing that Percival has, I believe, is still the Viking lead. Yes, there's a slight Viking advantage here for Percival. And slightly ahead in upgrades as well, true. ByuN is set up. And the aggression has subsided. The aggression is subsiding. Percival still looking for a way in. ByuN so far is keeping up. Throwing down sensor towers, slowing the game down. Now, once you have your own corner of the map secure here, it's going to be difficult to really find a way in. There are some openings, but Percival, he still has to build up. Going back into Raven production. Interference Matrix now being researched. As a reminder, Percival did open up Reactor Viking, not Raven. As Percival is now moving out. He's now being active. Catching the tanks on siege, not bad. Yeah, Percival does siege first. He gets 1, 2, 3. Oh, it's gonna be maybe even all 4. Yeah, Vikings they land, bold move. Does focus on one of the tanks, gets the other as well. 4 tanks go down. Massive PiGosaur here by Percival. But did lose his Vikings. It did cost him his Vikings. So Percival, he has lost air control. Coming in. Armor shred goes off. Catching us on the Vikings. Not bad. Not bad. So we have that back and forth. Once again, Percival has a massive tank advantage. Does have that tank lead. Still reinforcing across the map. Percival rotating over. Okay, still trying to find a way in. It's Mass Marine here from ByuN. Percival, can he get on top of the ramp? ByuN does rotate in time. Okay, he rotates over. I do think that Percival could have been a little bit more adventurous with these 2 tanks. Like, there's an opening here. Like, there's definitely room on top of this ramp. ByuN getting ready for a flank. Actually just going across the map for a counterattack. Percival, he might just be able to push his way in. There's an opening right down the center. Again, there's 4 tanks committed here on the left-hand side. And ByuN gets across. He gets across. Tanks are exposed. Massive pickoffs here. Percival, he commits. Oof. Yeah, forced to engage. ByuN getting into the mineral line, and this might just win in the game. Yeah, he goes in. He's going for the CC. 7 SCV kills, and can he kill the command center? He can. Kills the CC, going into the main as well, and a massive distraction here. Percival, he's racing back. That means that his main army is doing nothing. It all came down to this one counterattack, this one counter drop. ByuN killing 10 SCVs and the expansion and forcing all the reinforcements back home. Percival, he had momentum. Remember, he had the tank lead. He was doing more damage. Not anymore. ByuN has recovered. Oh, it's gonna be close. ByuN does siege, he breaks through, gets over the tanks as well, and ByuN, he will clean everything up. Ay, ay, ay. Yeah, it all just went south here for Percival, losing the entire army. He got caught with his pants down, Pappy. I mean, the pants were down when he went for the counterattack, to be fair. I mean, ByuN commits. Catching out 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 Vikings. Oh my god. Catching out with the Vikings. ByuN can keep pushing. How many tanks are left? We got 4 tanks, and we have 2 of them here in between the bases. And 2 tanks here with the main army. ByuN just forces his way in. Does siege. Massive tanks just going off. GG gets called, and ByuN takes game number 1. GG. Whew. GG, well played. ByuN does take a lead in the series, and we'll see if ByuN can keep going. Oh. But ByuN does take a lead in the series. We did have a back and forth. It was an intense back and forth here. Oh. Beautiful. It was an intense back and forth here between ByuN and Percival. We honestly, things were going well for Percival. There were some moments where he was able to catch out some tanks, able to commit across the map, able to outtrade his opponents, but we saw that massive counterattack where ByuN was able to sneak out, get the Marines across in towards the third base, and just snowball out of control from there. GG. GG, well played. With that, ByuN takes a lead, and we'll see if Percival can recover and force the ace match. Let's go. Let us go, as we're loading into one of the more standard maps. I mean, I say standard maps, we're going to be loading back into one of the ladder maps, loading into Tourmaline, one of the more aggressive maps in the map pool. Let's go. Let us go. Meanwhile, we have confirmation the semifinalists are getting ready for us. herO is waiting for the winner of the series. And there we go, spawning in the top right hand corner of Tourmaline, we have the South Korean Terran player. We have the red Terran representing Shopify. It is ByuN. And spawning in the bottom left hand corner, we have his opponents. We have the blue Terran player, the blue Terran himself. It is Percival. Let's go. Let us go. As we are going to be opening up, so far, standard openers here, nothing crazy, nothing wild, no proxies is what I'm getting at. No proxies across the map. But because this map is so small, we can be hyper aggressive even from back at home here. So eyes are on our builds of choice, on our move outs, on our timings available. Oh boy. But we are expecting aggression here, for sure. We're expecting aggression. But when it comes to the rest of the bracket here, herO, he's waiting for the winner of the series. And meanwhile, Clem also is waiting in the semifinals for the winner of Cure and a Creator series as well. So the semifinals will soon be underway. As a reminder, when it comes to the upper portion of the bracket, I believe that is where Steadfast and Pig is. I believe Steadfast and Pig, they're covering those upper matches. We have the lower matches. Both semis will be playing at the same time, bear that in mind. There are some tournaments that hold matches, but that is not the case here. For PiGosaur Cup, they both happen at the same time. So we'll be following the winner of the series into herO, then into the grand finals. Most likely, we won't be able to cover the upper semis, but there's a chance, depending on how fast or how slow some of these games are. We might get there. Otherwise, we'll have 2 series left. We'll have this match, then semis, then finals. Another thing to bear in mind is that the semifinals are best of 5s, not best of 3s. So best of 5 semis. As Percival does go for the safety bunker on the low ground, ranks expand, economic open out of Percival, economic start out of ByuN as well, but no bunker. So Percival being a little bit safer. Is being a bit safer. Building up into another Marine. Meanwhile, ByuN going for the faster add-on. So ByuN is cutting corners, skipping the bunker and skipping the extra Marine. From here, we can go into Reactor Hellion. We can go for the add-on swap or just go straight Tech Lab. Okay, going for the swap. Similar to last game. As the players are building up. From here, we're going into additional reactor Hellion into Raven play. Meanwhile, Percival back at home going to his own safety Cyclones. So again, in general, it's just been a very safe play here by Percival. Kind of relinquishing map control, being hyper defensive, getting his bunker, getting his Cyclones up and running as well. We'll see what ByuN can achieve. As ByuN is building up to 6 Hellions. Ooh, it's a lot of Hellions. Typically, the goal with all these Hellions should be to bust into a mineral line. To just break on through, to rush into a mineral line. Percival, he's going to be the one this game going for a faster third CC. Now we see why he's being so defensive. Let's go. As we have confirmation, it's going to be ByuN. Third CC now on location for ByuN. And still no move out. Still no move out. There's the still building up back at home. Yeah, we've just had a very passive kind of early to mid game here. We should be seeing some aggression when it comes to delaying each other's third bases. Like, ByuN obviously has map control, and he's going to be in position to delay the third base of Percival, and we'll see how long he can delay. That's kind of going to be the next big stepping stone here for Percival, is getting his third. Getting it up and running. We'll see if he can. ByuN is now in position. Does have disables. Remember, ByuN does not have to move in. Doesn't have to push in. He's just here to delay. Oh. Lock-in is broken. Percival getting a oh, not quite getting a shot off. Trying to bait the army in. Oh. Tank shot goes off. Percival's raking out, and ByuN races back home. Yeah, he just races back home. He doesn't want to lose his tanks. Only here with the Hellions, only here to delay. Can he get the SCVs? Oh, he can! Oh my god. Catching out 3 workers, not bad. 4 SCVs go down. ByuN pulls out. And he's set up defensively. So again, ByuN, he did delay the expansion, did find some SCV kills. ByuN does take a lead. Percival, it's his turn to move out. His turn to be active. Because Marines getting called out. And getting on top of the Cyclone. Nice pickoff. Trading with the army. Percival committing in. Moves it, imposing in with the Metamax. Tanks are within range. They are within range. Percival trying to commit in. Does get disabled as well. Gets one of the tanks. Only one. And ByuN should be able to hold on here. Does lose 5 SCVs. Disables are running out. ByuN still has those Ravens. Oh, we pull the boys. Oh my god. He commits. Yeah, he does commit across map. Mass disable here, and ByuN, he will defend. It'll cost him all the SCVs though. They're going to cost him 21 SCVs. Ay, ay, ay. I don't know if we needed to pull the boys there, to be honest. Like, that was a heavy loss for ByuN. Yeah, heavy losses. He doesn't really have a supply lead to work with either. ByuN is in a rough position, and Percival, he takes a lead. He can just chat, he can just back up, he can just chill. Fourth command center's on the way. ByuN is in trouble. Just a very messy defense here from ByuN. From here, we're just going to slow down. Slowing things down, taking the fourth base. Now, ByuN does have some counterplay available when his medevacs come online. He can go for some drops. He can try to head across the map. I mean, hey, that's what won ByuN the game in game 1. Last game. True. Checking the army sizes here. ByuN does have a tank lead, okay. He's even on Ravens, ahead on tanks, slightly ahead on Marines, just down in economy. Does catch a medevac. Ooh. Big pickoff. Does get a medevac. ByuN's moving out. Vikings will zone away. Percival does have the Viking lead. He does have air control. ByuN rotating to the right hand side. He's rotating over. Rotating back. Percival does get across the map. Nice denial here with the 4 CT. Forces a cancel. Catching out the workers. Ooh, but we'll lose a medevac. And medevac goes down. ByuN is distracted. Very similar to the last game, but the roles have been reversed. As the E-rays are safe. ByuN's still struggling. He's trying to keep up. Stims again. Ooh, that's going to be another 14 SCV kills. Oh, God. Another 14 workers. Once again, ByuN pulled the boys to defend here in the main. A little bit unnecessarily. Jesus. As Percival once again takes an economic lead. ByuN's still shocking around. Does come across the Liberator. Does he stim? He does! He stims in! He wants the Raven! He's so greedy. Wow, he gets two Ravens and 2 Liberators. Ay. That should not have happened. Percival, he left the army idle. And a late reaction. Late reaction out of Percival. Ay. Again, that should not have happened. ByuN takes the lead. ByuN's moving in. We're going for the base trade. Quote-unquote base trade here. Percival does commit across the map, but there are reinforcements back at him to defend. ByuN, he has not started 3-3, which is a little bit concerning. Kiting back. Ooh, Raven's getting caught out. Nice pickups here by Percival. Does catch us some Ravens. At the same time, mining is being denied. ByuN keeping some tanks back. He's trying to bait the Vikings to land. Ooh, catching up the Marines. Yeah, Marines, they get caught out. ByuN doesn't quite keep pushing, but still maintains his position. Going for the triple drop. Gets into the main, just barely. Ooh, we'll lose 2 medevacs in the process. Yeah, he does lose 2. Big loss here for ByuN. Does get 1 tank. Yeah, not quite worth it. Yeah, not worth it for ByuN. Percival did react in time. There is an opening here. There was an opening. Not anymore. Percival is ready to defend. Ooh, did lift up his Marines. The tanks are exposed. And he gets all 3. Yeah, 1, 2, 3 tanks should go down. But some heavy Marine losses for ByuN. Counter disable. Yeah, that's being forced back. Yeah, 3-for-2 trade in terms of tanks. Still very tense, still very messy. ByuN's pushing in. We'll deny the expansion. Oof. Yeah, ByuN barely on the edge. Looks like 2 tanks went down for ByuN. Rotating over. Nice spread, gets a tank. Takes down 1. Again, just very methodical positional play here from both players. ByuN catching some of these tanks though, trying to. Doesn't force friendly fire. Oof, Vikings get caught out. Couple of Vikings do overextend. Once again, that's the big difference between these two armies, is that there's still a lot of supply invested here into Vikings, now into Liberators, whereas ByuN is going pure Marine tank. Pure Marine tank. There's 1 medevac. Hey, does get some tanks. 1, 2, 3 tanks go down. Denies the expansion. Percival dropping into the planetary, but the planetary does hold its own. ByuN's army is kind of running out of steam a little bit here. This army that ByuN's going for, it's very mid-game oriented. Like, it's very much so an army built to trade and built to fight, to be as aggressive as possible. We gotta send it. We gotta move in. So far, Percival is keeping up with the rotations. That's what's important here. So far, so good. Oh. Catching out 3 tanks. ByuN was late to react. It's late to react. Losing another 3 tanks. Oh, God. Losing a bunch of tanks. Rough trades there for ByuN. Again, Percival, he has the more efficient army. Cashing out more tanks as well. 1, 2 more tanks going down. ByuN is getting desperate. Now, to be fair, it's one of those things with these Marines, they can catch out the entire air army, for example, or you can catch some of these stray tanks. ByuN has potential, but in a head-on fight, we have to favor Percival, for sure. Have to favor him, as he has all these ravens, all the disable potential, auto turrets as well. ByuN does find an opening, getting on top of the tanks. And 1, 2 tanks going down, not bad. He's trying to break through the center, not quite able to. ByuN does still have plenty of, he still has an economy to sustain himself. So he rotates to the left. No tanks in position, okay. Let's find some damage. And again, ByuN is still heavily reliant on trying to catch out this air army with the Marines. He's trying. Speaking of getting caught out, 3 tanks caught out for free. The power of the Raven. Coming from behind. That does at least get 1 tank. Finds another, okay. Percival caught out in the open. He should not be here. Losing more Marines. ByuN thinks about committing in. Does threaten the mineral line. Some better trades out of ByuN, even catching a Viking. Launching seeds out of ByuN. ByuN hasn't found a way in yet. He's looking for it. Percival trying to force the issue, getting a little bit impatient. But it does have plenty of Ravens. Okay, mass disables. Can he do it? Can he break through? Disables everything. And catching out all the tanks. And it looks like he does have enough Marines. Yeah, Percival, he does catch out all the tanks here. 4 or 5 tanks going down. ByuN plummets in supply. Again, the power of the Raven. As you mentioned, ByuN could never fight head on. And Percival needs to just keep pushing. Just keep going. Keep pushing. Force the ace match back. Here, 2 more tanks going down for free. Another disable. ByuN down to 6 tanks, almost half the tank out of his opponent. And Marines just kind of move in. If they move in, we have auto turrets, we have the armor shred as well. Still plenty of energy on the Ravens. And ByuN now starts Viking production. This is too late. This is far too late here. So delayed. ByuN was just stuck on Marine tank for too long. I said that ByuN does remax, but still with a subpar army. It's mainly Marine. Sims in. Does try to sim in. Oof. Gets punished by the siege line. Cannot sim forward. First, we're catching up with him right. And center as well. And 2 bases being denied. Catching up, reinforcing Vikings. No, they're being thrown away. Being thrown away. It does feel like Percival was a little bit exposed here. Yeah, we're just stepping in. This time there's no Marines. Yeah, no Marines in position. Panic auto turrets. Percival almost punished. Almost caught out. Nice armor shred. There we go. Now everything comes together. Percival, I don't know if you noticed, he's missing macro rotations. Like Percival, he has a bank and he's not maxed. Percival, he's not macroing. He's not spending his money. Percival. He just started his starport production. There we go. Now he started some tanks. Percival, he wasn't macroing. Calm down, baby. Calm down. ByuN is going to rotate. Hoping to catch out the Ravens. He isn't quite able to. Oh, these Ravens are so low. We need to send in the boys to repair. The Ravens are incredibly low. I'll take them the planetary at least. Anti-armor stole the army. Catching another tank. Again, Percival still has a massive gas bank to work with. Mineral banks are actually in favor of ByuN, and he has been relying on pure marine. He does find some tanks. Oh my god! Yeah, 3, 4, 5. Can we get 6? 5. 5 tanks go down. Very nice catch here for ByuN. Percival heals out of position. We're getting messy. Getting messy. I think ByuN has a Viking. Yeah, ByuN now has a Viking lead. Nice armor shred. And again, it all just comes down to the number of expansions we have. The map is cut in half, but ByuN has been losing bases. At the same time, ByuN does have a cheaper army. That's important to bear in mind. It's very cheap. It's mainly marine heavy. ByuN has caught some high-tech units. Even here, ByuN trying to get on top of the tanks. Not quite able to. Oh god, yes, ByuN gets punished. Pushing into a siege line. Percival moving in. Tanks staying within range. Oof. Range they try to punish. But Percival still retains that high Raven count. Still keeps it alive. Now down to 5 Ravens. Did lose a couple. He has more on the way. And he kills the CC. Oh my god. Yeah, no repairs in time. No repairs. CC goes down. Top left as well. ByuN is hurting. Nice target firing of the ByuN. Nice target firing overall. Percival has a massive tank lead. Jesus. 15 tanks to 9. But ByuN actually takes the Viking lead himself. Catching the Vikings, zoning back the Ravens. Oh, trying to be cheeky. Oof. Trying to. Not bad. The Ravens, they catch up 2 more tanks. Getting whatever the value they can, but they're getting caught out. No! The Ravens loses 1, 2. Snapping out 2 Ravens. Nice big here by ByuN. Tanks are exposed. Percival getting caught out of position. Percival losing 2 more tanks. Couple of rough movements for Percival. He's taking top left. ByuN is taking the better fight, and he has more Vikings. Percival doesn't like what he sees. And again, I appreciate that ByuN, he has been slowly refining his army. No longer is it just purely bio tank. Now we have more Vikings. Now we have some Liberators as well. As we mentioned before, ByuN does have the Viking advantage. SVs are being thrown away. We're freeing up supply. Getting into a super maxed army. As with that Viking lead, Liberators just bleed the army back. Now Percival is making 7 Vikings at a time, so he will soon take the lead away from ByuN. Catching out straight medevacs. Still going for the planetary. Nice kiting. Gets a Raven, gets 2. Pays off a Raven, getting a Viking. They do trade. Thankfully for ByuN, for the most part, this base was already mined out. As ByuN, he does barely outtrade, getting on top of the tank. Most of the tanks rotated. Oh. And Percival getting caught out. As Percival now does have the Viking lead, 25 Vikings. Nice on siege. ByuN does save most of his tanks. Lose 2. ByuN tries to commit. Remember, Percival does have the Viking lead, and Percival, he will come in on top here. He punishes the Vikings. Percival, you just keep pushing. Does force a land. As Percival, he's actually running out of money. Jesus, he's mining out of his center, mining out of center left. Top left is also mining out as well. No shot. I wasn't sure that this would be the way that this ends. Percival, he commits. The boys are being pulled. Percival just breaking through the center. A massive stable. And does break through all the tanks. Better fight here for Percival. Resets the tank count. Yeah, much better engage. ByuN, he's also mining out. Both players, they're broke. Oh, no shot. We're broke, papi. And Percival, he still has enough. He has the army. Yeah, Percival is breaking through. He's overwhelming. And it looks like Percival, he has done it. He has done it. I say that ByuN still has some resources left over. He's out of patches. Yeah, he's out of money. He has no mineral income. Not anymore. Vikings are landing. More boys are being pulled. ByuN does get himself with some of these tanks, but only some. Oof. And again, Percival has an overwhelming army. By that I mean that he has just a handful of units more than his opponents. Oh, the mules! SV's a killer tank. There's 3 tanks left. No shot. Down to 2. Down to 1. Down to 0. But there's the Vikings though. Land the Vikings. Land them. Oh my god, there are the auto turrets, the Ravens, they still pop up. Mules are being focused down. GG gets called. 2 Vikings remaining, and Percival, he will tie up the series. We're going to the ace match. Whew, GG. GG, well played. We were literally mined out. Like, there were no patches left except for the center base, which was denied. Like, we were just out of money, out of steam. No one could afford anything else. But remember, Percival, he had the more efficient composition. The massive Raven did laugh at that. So Percival, he just was having better trades, better fights, and still had that final army towards the end. GG. GG, well played. With that, we are tied up. We're going all the way to the ace match. Let's go. Let us go. Hey. Percival, no bank. What a game. No one had a bank. No, there was nothing left back. but GG. GG, well played. With that, we're getting into the ace match. It all ends here. It all ends on Winter Madness. Let's go. And spawning in the bottom right hand corner of Winter Madness, we have the red Terran player. We have the South Korean Terran representing Shopify. It is ByuN. And spawning in the top left hand corner, we have his opponents. We have the blue Terran player himself from South Korea. It is Percival. Whew, ay. Again, a very intense game number 2 here. As we were mentioning, ByuN had a very cheap army, but he was failing to really find any big rotations, any big angles of attack. He was having a really hard time, especially, like, it was kind of weird, but in the first 15 minutes, at a certain point, it was very apparent that ByuN was failing to find damage. It took him a very long time to switch into Vikings. Eventually, he did, but in that period of time, we saw that Percival was able to knock down base after base after base. He was denying bases, denying expansions, making sure that ByuN's center and northern bases were not untouched, but he was having a hard time maintaining them. ByuN eventually capitulated. He eventually did decide to, you know what, I finally will start incorporating Vikings, but it did feel like a late decision there from ByuN, as he really was unwilling to switch things out. Eventually was forced to, but did feel a little bit late. In the end, he was punished. He was broken. GG. GG, well played. Now, we are going to be loading into Winter Madness. Winter Madness is a larger map of the map pool, so there are more angles of attack, more possibilities for run-bys and counterattacks and drop play. I would say that ByuN should be feeling a lot more comfortable here on Winter Madness, just because of how open it is and how many more attack paths there are. It's going to be a little bit more difficult for Percival to keep up with these rotations and to maintain his base count in the mid to late game. For now, though, 2-racks. 2-racks opener out of Percival. This is designed to hard counter a proxy 2-racks, but ByuN went for a racks expand. Economic opener out of ByuN. Meanwhile, we have an aggressive start here by Percival, going for a very delayed CC. Again, this was designed to punish a proxy, but there is no proxy. So a bit of a gamble here from Percival. You can see he's looking for proxy raxes, just in case. Again, I don't blame him, especially after game number 2, there would be a high chance that ByuN just cheeses, but not the case. He doesn't take the baits. Meanwhile, a big shout out to Tavito, papi. Este Tavito. ¿Qué tal? ¿Cómo estás? Bienvenidos, bienvenidos. Hope you had a great stream. Hope you had a great ladder session. Hope you had a great time. I know that you did compete in the tournament as well. Good to see you, papi. Good to see you. Este Tavito. Much love. Much love. Always good to see you. As Reapers, they tend to break in. ByuN does, try to punish, but the Reapers, they do get away. Picking up a Reaper, picking up a Marine as well. Oh my god, this is getting out of hand. It's getting out of hand here. Marines are going down, but thankfully ByuN does have reinforcements and ByuN will hold. Okay, he does hold on. Cashing out another Reaper. Percival, he's still rallying. Oh, he's still rallying across. He will not delay the CC any further. We will kill another SCV and a Marine. Oh, once again, a bit of a trade. Catching at the Hellion as well. All in all here, I do think this is a better trade for Percival. Catching out 2 SCVs, a Reaper, a Hellion, 4 Marines for only a handful of Reapers. We're still rallying across the map. Hellions and Reapers are pushing out. Still producing. Still rallying. I mean, Percival, he has to. And it hasn't been too bad here. Remember, Percival has yet to expand. Like, this is why he needs damage. This is just to equalize. He might even just kill. He gets into the main. No shot. He gets into the main base. ByuN, he gets caught out. Boys are going down. ByuN, these losses he cannot afford. Cyclone does pop. Thankfully, but just going for the workers. Yeah, we just ignore the Cyclone. Going straight for the SCVs. Catching at 5, 6, 7 SCV kills. Can we get 8? Oh my god. 8 SCVs go down. And with that, Percival takes the lead. Takes the lead, the natural is up. And Percival is ahead. He's up by 7 workers. A nice healthy lead here for Percival. The pressure's on ByuN. God. A wonderful cast, my pata. Gracias, gracias. Gracias, Tabito. As we are going to be following up. Again, so far, Percival does have a healthy worker lead. Both players are expanding. We do have the CC in the main base for ByuN, CC at the natural for Percival. We're calming down, we're building up. As I mentioned before, the rush distance by ground is quite long on this map, so we do have time to expand. And time to embrace the mid game. Time to embrace. As we're getting into stim, combat shields, we have reactor Viking production out of Percival once again. We saw this in game 1, if you recall, with Percival going for a delayed Raven production into earlier Vikings. This is a much more aggressive variation from Percival. Oh, sorry, it went Raven into reactor Viking. Rushing across. Meanwhile, we do have additional Ravens out of ByuN. ByuN getting a 4th Raven. Oh my god. It's a lot of Ravens. Welcome to the Raven. Percival, he just throws his Raven away. He commits. Breaks the lock on. Pulls away. Does pull away. Tank getting within range of the production. Lock-ons on the bunker. The lock-on range is crazy. Brutal lock-ons. Reactor goes down. Not within range of the depot. Vikings able to lead back the Ravens. Landing the Vikings here in the main. He's going for stim. Ooh, he's going for stim. Can he deny? 7 seconds. 6, 5, 4, 3, 2. The master repair. Oh my god. If it wasn't for the repair, he would have denied. He would have denied it. Very close. Whew. Okay, calm down, Percival. Calm down. He's going in. He's pushing into the natural. Tank's getting within range of the ramp. Ooh, massive tank shots. Yeah, massive tank shots. The tank of ByuN will go down. Sable's a little bit too late. Does on siege in time. He has to get away. Has to try, but he will not. Yeah, it doesn't pull out in time. That's going to be 12 SCV kills. Remember, ByuN, he was already behind. He was already behind. Percival, he has a 3rd CC being landed. And ByuN is stuck on 2 bases. Stuck on 2 bases, stuck on 40 SCVs. Rough chase out of ByuN. Percival getting further ahead. Pressure's on. I mean, ByuN, what can he do from here? He does have stim at least. He cannot push in. Yeah, there's now 2 tanks sieged up. Ravens are gathering energy. That's 5 Ravens. That's an insane Raven count this early on, not gonna lie. 5 Ravens. They're being chased down. They're being bullied back. Oh. Gotta be careful. As Percival is still reinforcing. Up to 3 tanks. Ravens are looking for a way in. They're gathering energy for those disables. And he's going for it. Yeah, he's going for the dive. Ravens are moving. They get 1. They get 1 tank so far. And 1 tank will be killed. Oof. Yeah, Percival, that was not worth it. And Percival's being broken. As we get 2 more disables. Percival tries to trade. He gets 1 Raven. Not even. Oh, God. All 5 Ravens survive. So many Ravens here this early on. And ByuN takes a bit of fight. Saves all 5 Ravens. Mass repair. I feel like Percival has to leave. Like, I don't know if we should really be staying here. I mean, he's at least denying the 3rd. True. He's at least denying the expansion, but... He's having some rough trades. More charge on the tank. Does commit in. Nice disable, nice counter disable, and ByuN breaks out. Yeah, ByuN breaks out. Breaks through the siege line. Doesn't quite get on top of the final tank though. So still a messy fight for ByuN. Still very messy. But finally expands. ByuN does take a third. Meanwhile, Percival getting a 4th CC back at home. Percival finally he backs up. Finally pulls away. Get out of here, baby. Get out of here. And the game will continue. From here, ByuN has been slowly recovering. Again, he has had more efficient trades. Now fully saturated. Percival, we got to calm down. We got to lock in. Loving the double drop. There are 2 Marines in position, and the main army is here at the natural. Or in between the main and the natural. The drop is too soon. Yeah, drop is too soon. Percival gets punished. He will lose everything here. This is not worth it for Percival. Ideally, the main army would have pushed in first to distract. Because the drop is cleaned up, and what is the main army really achieving? Yeah, nothing. I say that. But again, this is hitting late. Does get 2 tanks. Okay. 2 tanks going down, medevac as well. Percival going for the mineral line. He does commit. Forcing friendly fire. Oh, doesn't get the tank. It doesn't get the tank. Only kills 2 SCVs. A little bit wasteful there from Percival. But he's rallying. He's rallying across here. GG gets caught. ByuN cannot break out. And Percival, he will claim the series 2-1. Whew, advancing on to the semi-finals. GG. GG, well played, Percival. He does it again. Again, Percival, he's beaten ByuN like 5 times over the past 2 months. Like, it's crazy. But Percival, he has been on a tear here against ByuN and does claim the series 2-1, knocking ByuN out of the tournament. GG. GG, well played. Percival will advance on here to the semi-finals to face up against who? To face up against herO in a best of 5. Let's go. Let us go. GG, well played. Again, my condolences to ByuN. A very intense back and forth here. Percival, it felt like he was overextending at times and maybe taking too many chances, too many risks. But regardless, Percival, he was able to maintain control of the 3rd base, have some better trades, pick off 12 SCVs in the defense at the natural. A really shaky defense out of ByuN. Losing his economy, being crippled, and being stuck on 2 bases was so long in this game. It allowed Percival to get a faster 3rd base, a faster 4th base, build up a better economy, and even take some worse fights, but still was able to overwhelm ByuN. GG. GG. And with that, we do have our top 4. In the upper portion of the bracket, we have Clem and herO. They're facing up in TVP, and meanwhile, we have our own TVP, herO and Percival. We have our top 4. We have our top 4 players here. We're going to be going on a short break. When we come back, herO and Percival will be ready for you. See you soon. See you soon. And welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to the semifinals or semifinales here of the PiGosaur Cup, PiGosaur Cup number 75. Where here we have made it. Percival, he just took down ByuN in a best of 3 ace match, and now we're here with a PvT. Percival versus who? Versus herO. Let's go. Spawning in the top left-hand corner of Winter Madness, we have the South Korean Protoss player going for the proxy. We have the South Korean Protoss. We have the red Protoss representing T1. It is herO. And spawning in the bottom right hand corner, we have his opponents. We have the South Korean Terran player, the blue Terran. It is Percival. And if you're in the chat, you know what time it is. It is Gamba time. Predictions are now open. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series. Bearing in mind, this is the semifinals match, and this is a best of 5. Best of 5, not a best of 3. So a longer series, a longer back and forth here. herO does start things off with a proxy gateway in the center of the map. A hybrid committed play here by herO, and he's looking to punish a more economic build. Do you see what I see? Single gas opener. Percival is indeed going for a faster CC on the low ground. I'm assuming it's going to be on the low ground. We could see a blind CC on the high ground, which would be safe and secure. If it's on the low ground, the goal for herO would be to punish and to maybe even force a cancel. As that probe is a menace. Almost gets an SCV. Zealot is being chronoed, or is being rallied as we speak. Into the Cyber Core, into the Stalker reinforcements, or even into Adepts. As there's that CC on location, on the low ground. Does look to expand. Always good to see. Ah, thank you, Piper. Thank you. Much love, Piper. Much love. Yeah, good. Yeah, it's gonna be a long week of StarCraft. A lot of matches, a lot of StarCraft. Everybody else find the initial Zealot though. Not bad. Initial Zealot is caught. But the Stalker should zone away the Reaper. It does zone. As Reaper, ooh, does not get away. Ay, rough loss here for Percival. Reaper goes down. Marines are amassing. Bunkers on the way. Bunkers halfway done. And can herO deny the bunker? Marines have arrived. And Marines have arrived. Some wasted shots here in the SCV. Marines are low, but the bunker will finish. Oh, kills one Marine though. No, kills one, kills two. 2 Marines go down. The bunker does complete, but there's no Marines to go inside. Yeah, not anymore. Not anymore here. As herO takes over the natural. Thankfully, the CC does barely finish in time. Again, if that SCV had died a little bit sooner, we could have forced against, or at least could have taken over the natural. Heavy losses here for Percival, but at least does finish the command center. Does finish the CC. That's going to be a kill in the bunker. Yeah, GG. Too much damage anyway. GG gets called. Cannot even expand. Cannot take over his natural base. And herO takes game number 1. Whew. GG. Ay. But GG well played. With that, herO does take a lead in the series. Again, a very cheeky, very aggressive build here by herO, and Percival was caught with his pants down. Wasn't able to confirm the proxy, was not able to get his bunker up, or I should say the bunker did finish, but he didn't have any Marines left alive to load into that bunker either. Very close, very clutch, very intense, but in the end, herO takes the lead in the series. Now we're loading into game 2. Going to be loading into Necropolis. Oh boy. Here we go. Here we go. As we are loading into Necropolis. Again, this is a newer map that I've exited create. I believe this will be submitted into the latest TLMC. Let's go. Let us go. As we are diving on in and spawning in the top left-hand corner of Necropolis, we have the South Korean Protoss player. We have the red Protoss representing T1, leading the series 1-0. It is herO. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have his opponents. We have the blue Terran player. We have the South Korean Terran. It is Percival. We go. So just checking in on the other match. Okay, they're in game 3. Shout out to Enki, Eled Mosa. He's covering the upper series. Covering the upper matches. As Percival, he's going to be setting up once again, going for an economic opener. But welcome to Necropolis. A bit of a larger map, more defensive here on 2 and 3 bases. But we'll see if we can actually get into the mid-game here, as this time herO doesn't proxy. And no proxy, no shenanigans. Not this time. So even forcing out a second SCV. Forcing some inefficiencies out of Percival. Extra boys being pulled. CC cannot be taken. As hero's here to delay. Thankfully, he doesn't get the block off. And Percival will expand. Again, was forced some inefficiencies here when it came to pulling extra workers and losing mining time. Outside of that, it's going to be Marine first this time, not Reaper first. So Percival's being quite greedy here. What do I mean by that? No SCV Scout. There's no SCV Scout, and there's no Reaper Scout either. The only scouting we're going to get is due to a Hellion later on. So we can go for a Hellion Scout, or we can even wait for, say, a Widowmine drop instead. But again, for a long time in the early game, Percival's going to be playing blind. Thankfully, it's a standard opener, but its herO could have been anything, really. Could have seen another proxy, to be honest. Thankfully, hero's just chilling. Getting to his own follow-up at Sentry for a hallucinated scout. And calming down. So we have our take of choice, going to be a Twilight Council opener out of herO, getting into Blink. The question becomes, do we go 2-gate Blink, 3-gate Blink, or 4-gate Blink Stalker? It's actually always being thrown down. It's going to be 3-gate Blink. Oh, sorry, my apologies. 3-gate Charge. Much more aggressive build here by herO. This is a rare sight. Now, I say aggressive build. Going to charge like this typically does hard counter 2-base all-ins. Like if Percival, he was building up for a big 2-base all-in with like a mass ByuN, mass tank production, like 2-3 tanks. These tank-based pushes on 2 bases will be shut down by early charge. But this can also be and lead into herO's own all-in himself, going for a very strong, very heavy charge timing to break the natural. Remember, the ramp into the natural is quite wide. It's quite a wide ramp, quite accessible. Show us what you got. Yeah, faster third, no gases. The reasoning as to why typically this leads into something more aggressive here is because Blink Stalkers do allow you to gain map control and hunt down medevacs. Speaking of, medevacs are spotted. But it's much easier to hunt them down with Blink Stalkers and contain your opponents and even blink into their bases. Rushing into charge like this, I mean, it does kind of limit your ability to keep up with harassment, but it does give you a little more pushing power. As the mine drop is attempted. To the natural, does miss in. Stalkers are ready. Wow. Stalkers are in position. herO deflects. Percival, he does not find a way in. Doesn't find a way in. Do get us out around by here across the map. Just poking in. Charge is revealed, so now Percival knows. Now he's aware. Should be calming down and taking a more defensive stance. As ideally herO, he wants Percival to push in. As hero's taking up into Colossus of all things. Huh, okay. So Forge, +1, Colossus, safety Immortals. Percival still being active. And Percival, he has to be careful here. They do spot each other. Tanks do siege. herO, he just ignores the army. Oh, we're just are we just committing? Oh, the Raven! Raven barely gets away. Barely does pull away. Percival, he does refuse to turn around. Are we just going for the base trade? What is that at home to defend? We have 4 Marines. Yeah, there's 4 Marines back at home. Percival, we commits here in towards the 3rd. herO, we can just commit. He recalls. Ooh, herO flinches. He does recall. The boys are being pulled. herO getting desperate. And herO takes some massive tank shots to the face. And Percival, he can just take this. It's close. The final tank goes down. herO takes down the final tank. herO defends. And herO only bleeds out 4 probes. So nice defense by herO. Whew. Reset the tank count. Percival, he's slowly trying to expand. We mentioned this earlier, how going into charge base openers is ideal against 2 base tank pushes, and you saw why. Like, Zealots do a great job when it comes to getting on top of the tanks and shutting them down. Percival, he gave herO what he wanted. Percival, he commits. herO's recall is on cooldown. herO turns around. Going for a Zealot run by. Bold move. Colossus is exposed. Exposed Colossus. 1 Colossus goes down. He gets 1, he gets 2. Yeah, massive pickoffs. herO did overextend. At the same time, he gets across the mouth of the wine shot, so. Oh, ooh, massive connections. Yeah, massive connections. And hero's being torn apart. He's being torn apart here. If he didn't lose those Colossus, herO would be ahead. But no, he bleeds out the Colossi. Hero's exposed. Percival, he knows this. He can start to rally. Now gets punished. Losing the medevac. But once again, hero's punished for being overly aggressive. Like, he made the decision not to stay home with the Zealots, to push across the map. Did cost him 2 Colossus. Yes, Percival, he has momentum. He's moving out. He's moving out, claiming his 3rd base, getting fully saturated. That's a hefty army. And what is it at home to defend? We have 2 Colossi. 2 Colossi at the 3rd. Percival, we can just go straight into the natural. He just moves straight in. Straight in, takes down the pylon, depowers the robot, massive pickoff. Robot goes down as well. And herO being dragged through the mines. Oof. Marshal Su punish. Colossus forced to recall. Recalling into the main. Yeah, there's no shield battery. The Vikings, they can focus this down. But Percival is being cleaned up. He still will get both Colossus. Uh-oh. Gets 1. Does he get 2? Oh, no mas. He gets, oh god, he gets both Colossus once again. Heavy losses for herO. He just cannot build up any Colossus. Remember, he lost his Robo. The Robo was killed. Yeah, there's no Robo, no more Colossi. Percival, he's rallying. Now is his time. Send that Bappy. He's getting caught. Yeah, he's getting caught out. The mass charge also to punish. Percival, he knows how close he is. He's so close. Un poquito más. Yeah, Sims with reinforcements. Nice kiting here against the Zealots. 3 Zealots left. Down to 2. He stems in, he punishes. And he's looking to make a series out of this. Looking to make a series. As herO cannot fight this head on, not like this. Nice juggling, nice control. Percival does not trade. Yeah, trades. We have a Desperation Dark Shrine on the way. Hey, when behind? When behind? Dark Shrine. herO commits in. Please tell all the DTs. He just runs into the scan, into the turrets. Percival is defending with half his army. We got to drop on the right. We got to push on the left. So a bit of a shaky defense here for Percival. Boys are being pulled. SCVs will go down. herO making things chaotic, even catching free Vikings. Vikings being thrown away. Losing all the Vikings, takes down the mineral line. We're going for the base trade. He recalls. Recalls back home to defend. I mean, that was really nice damage out of herO, to be fair. herO killed 30 SCVs. And it cleans up the army. No shot. No shot. This was Percival's game, by the way. This was his game, but he made so many mistakes here. He had so many slip-ups. It just got too chaotic. 31 SCV kills. The drop on the top right was cleaned up. The push on the left was cleaned up as well. herO with the smaller army, with the worse economy, with the DTs that did nothing, by the way, if you recall. He's recovering. He's doing it. And again, a big reason for this is Percival's army was cut into 3. Remember, Percival, he had drops on the right, he had drops on the left, and he had his main army in the center. His army was cut into thirds, and herO was able to deal with each one individually. Shut down each portion on its own. And with that, it breaks into the natural. herO's going for the kill, going for the throats. Este herO. Yeah, breaks down the front door, pushing into the main. We got a handful of ghosts left. Oh. Dust Force a blink. That's gonna be another 28 SCV kills. More Zealots rallying in. High ground vision. GG gets called, and herO takes a 2-0 lead in the series. GG. Whew. GG, well played. No shot. Percival was ahead. Percival, he was in such a good position here. I very quickly here. Percival, this is the supply. The soup does lie at times, but Percival, he's the blue line. Like, Percival, he had a massive lead. But again, the reason you can see Percival plummeting in supply there, it was less so about the main fights, but Percival, he had 3 armies. He had 3 armies just collapsing, one after the other after the other. Like, cut his army into 3. GG. Here we go. Here we go. GG, well played. With that, we are now getting into game number 3 here, and herO, he might 3-0. He might just 3-0. Let's go. Here we go. As we're getting into game 3 here, and we'll see how the story ends. We'll see. So just letting the players know. But here we go. We're getting into game 3 here. And again, Percival, he was looking good that last game. He was looking good. He was looking solid. But again, did kind of fall apart towards the end there. Like, he had a massive advantage here, but he did cut his own army he did cut his own army up, of course. Was trying to harass, was quite committed in doing so, and everything just kind of fell apart. herO being able to catch the 3rd base, exposed on its own, recall back home as well. And here we go, we're getting to game number 3 here. I'm hoping for a back and forth, but the pressure is on because spawning in the top left-hand corner of Ruby Rock, we have the South Korean Protoss leading the series 2-0. It is herO. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have as opponent, we have the South Korean Terran player. We have the blue Terran. It is Percival. Let's go. Let us go. Yo, ese Draconics, papi, ese Draconics, ¿qué tal? ¿Cómo estás? Bienvenidos, papi, bienvenidos. Where is my Draconic stream? I haven't seen you stream in a while, papi. Gibbs. Where's my Draconics cast? True. That's what we need. That's all we need. There we go. Here we go. From here, we're going to be opening up. And again, Percival was looking very impressive last game. Did fumble the ball a little bit when it came to the final moments, though. Hopefully, we can tighten things up and make a series out of this. The pressure is on. When it comes to the upper semis, it is still ongoing. They're in game 4. Again, that's being covered by some of the other casters, by Enki in Español. Enki. Covered by El Hermoso. So players are opening up. So far, standard openers once again. There's no proxy, no shenanigans. Not this time. Not this time. As Percival is going for a bit of a safer start, we have our blind bunker here on the low ground, going Marine first. Going Marine after Reaper. Just checking for proxy before moving out across the map. No SCV scout out of Percival, but he will move out with said Reaper. Does move out. We have seen herO be quite diverse in his play. We did see a charge base opener last game. We saw a proxy in game 1. This time, do we finally go into blink or do we go charge once again? herO does have options. Also, if you're out there, if you want to see some some recent pics, some recent videos with Chi-Chi, I believe Kura's been posting some today. Yes. She is majestic. As behind this is going to be blink, so we have blink. It's going to be 2 gates. Ooh, quite greedy actually. 2 gate blink into a third. Okay, herO does cut some corners, going for a delayed third gateway and going for a delayed robo. So very greedy build here by herO, especially on Ruby Rock. This is a bold move. Bold move out of herO. Behind this, Percival going to his own 1-1-1 into Cloak Banshee. And remember, because of this build of herO, he has a late robo, late detection. As a result, there's a higher chance that the Banshees pop off. There's a higher chance. We should be seeing a robo soon. There we go. Robo's on the way. Into the Observer. For the time being, hero's distracted, keeping eyes while keeping up with the Hellion Reaper. And herO, he has yet to scout. He has yet to confirm. Stalker's getting in position to defend against drop play. The first Banshee is out. Does skirt around the right-hand side. And we're still waiting for Cloak. Waiting for Cloak. Doubling down on the Gateway Army. Getting into charge. Observers on the way. Bearing in mind that there's going to be 2 Banshees. And ideally we want to wait for the second Banshee. Or we're just going in. Okay. Banshee does just move in. Nothing in the main. Banshee does 2 shots. 1 probe kill so far. Gets 1, 2, getting up to 3. 3 probes, not bad. Denies mining. Yeah, denies mining in the main so far. Nice damage here with the Banshee. Banshee pulls away and Banshee does escape. Here comes the second. So far so good. Banshee moves in. This time the Observer's in position. Stalkers are not. I spoke too soon. And Percival, he respects it. Backs off, pulls away. Again, no major damage yet with the Banshees, but they're both at least alive. We can see herO intercepting. He wants that Banshee. Does find it. Ooh, gets a volley off. Gets 1 volley off. Percival moving out. Sim is almost done. Who catches who? Uh-oh. We just passed by each other? herO, he doesn't keep going though. He believes the army's in position. Yeah, herO, he doesn't know where the army is. Does miss the move out. He could have pushed into the natural. There was nothing to defend. He could have gotten some SCV kills. But now he gets caught out. He gets caught out. Percival, he commits. Stalker's coming in from behind. No battery. No battery. No shield battery here. No defenses. Stalker's going to be falling. Boys are being pulled. Heavy losses for herO. And this is too much. Yeah, this is getting out of hand. Critical damage is being dealt. 19 probe kills here at the natural. Far too much even trading with the Stalkers. Ooh, does not get away, doesn't drop into the third, but still 19 probes. That is so much damage here at the natural base. herO does fall behind. And Percival is chilling, getting a third. Getting his third CC. Banshees are still active. 2 Banshees they can one-shot. They can and they will. There's not much to one-shot. There's not much to kill. There we go. 1, 2, 3 more probes. Not bad. 3 more probe kills. Here comes the follow-up push. The 1-2 punch. herO, he's on the ground, and Percival's here to end it. He's moving out to end it. Can he get on top of the third? It's still going to be close. Again, there are no batteries. Wouldn't mind Zubaru. Oh no, he blinks in! Oh, he blinks into the mines! Yeah, mines pull off. Nice target firing here in the Medivacs. Very nice control by herO. As he bleeds out 10 more probes. Yeah, 10 more probes going down. herO, he has no economy. herO's all in. He cleans up the army. We gotta go. We just gotta keep going. Gotta keep pushing. herO is all in. Oh, distracted for a moment. He's taking up. Ooh, he's taking up. Doesn't commit across the map. Percival, we can now expand. Has to take his own third. Might jump into the main. Nice splits. Very nice splits. Despite that, still going to be 4 probe kills in the main. Ooh, wasting the third shot. herO does defend. herO desperate for damage, going for his own Dark Shrine. There is potential here, but there's a turret outside the natural. Oh. Here, has he seen this? He has not. So, safety turret at the natural. No turret in the main, but there is a safety turret here at the third. Safety turrets. Percival still maintains his lead. This does confirm the Dark Shrine as well. Ooh, it doesn't get into the mineral line. Man moves in. herO's out of position. herO's just being torn apart. Again, he just doesn't have the supply. Doesn't have the army. Doesn't have the numbers. The numbers are not there. This Percival still trades well. There we go. Mine drop into the main. We do get a lot of damage to the main base, so that's going to be 11 SCVs. Okay. 11 SCV kills. We get DTs. We get Zealots. Damage is being done. We're getting messy. Getting very, very messy here. And this would have been great damage, but again, across the map, herO still bleeds out more probes. Locking down Marauders. herO going to be forced back. Does pull away. Towards the third. There's still a drop across the map. Force a recall. Yeah, force a recall back home, but he cannot hold his own here, not against this kind of army. Just so many Marauders. Pulls the voids once again. 22 probe kills. Heavy losses for herO. Heavy losses, man. Percival dropping in. Drops in, reinforcing, still rallying across the map. herO cannot keep up, not against these kind of trades. Just cannot sustain these losses, and the Immortal goes down. Ay, ay, ay. Percival looks like he barely doesn't have enough. Leading out Marauders. Again, herO, he's fighting his heart out. Like, like herO, he's been dead for like the past 6 minutes. But he refuses to back off. He refuses to tap out. It's like, nah, you're gonna work for it, man. I mean, to be fair, herO did have a comeback in game 2. Like, herO was also dead in game 2. But did have a crazy comeback. So there's always a chance. Deals with the drop. Another push on the top side. Takes out another expansion. Takes down the fourth. And as long as Percival keeps up this pace, like, he should be fine. Should be fine. So rallying. And here we go. He's finally done it. Breaks through the Zealots. Breaks through the Stalkers. He can finally take the fight. Just stim in, Pappy. You can do it. Kills the fourth base. I believe, Pappy. See in the top. Just die. That is what is going through Percival's head right now. He's like, why don't you just die? Ay, ay, ay. Going for the Dream Drop. Busting into the main. Double Forge is ambitious. And the main arms are clashing. Once again, herO fighting half the army of Percival. But even then, yeah, it's not going to be enough. GG gets caught. Percival, he finally does fight back. He does put a point on the board, and Percival will force a back and forth. GG. GG, well played. Does it bring us here to game number 4? Again, Percival, he was able to do critical economic damage in the early stages of the game. He was able to get across the map, get into the natural, and get so many worker kills. herO, he fell behind, and he stayed behind. herO did have a couple of moments where he was able to fight back and kill some SCVs or collapse on some of the drops. But for the most part, herO, that was always coinciding with more economic damage. Like herO, he never recovered economically. That was being shut down time and time again. And with that, GG. GG, well played. With that, we're now getting to game number 4. We're going to be loading into washouts. Let's go. Let us go. Loading into watchout here. A map made by Patches, and again has had its own adjustments here over time. We'll see where players take us. Let's go. We shall see. As spawning in the top right hand corner of washouts, we have the South Korean Protoss player. We have the red Protoss representing T1. It is herO. One game away from claiming the series, and spawning in the bottom left hand corner we have his opponents. We have getting proxied. We have the South Korean Terran player. We have the blue Terran. It is Percival. Does fight back, does put a point on the board, but the proxy is upon us. The pylon gets thrown down. Second probe does arrive for the gateway. The first probe does come in with the probe scouts, making it look everything like everything is normal. I believe this should be an economic start out of Percival going for a Rax expand. We'll see if he goes for the low ground CC. Again, we saw herO pop off previously in game 1 with this very same build. Can you do it again? See if you can do it again. So just airing out the room. It's very hot today. Very hot. As we have our initial proxy zealots into Cybercore, into Stalker. CC is going to be on the low grounds. It is going to be Percival skipping the SCV scouts. So he's being hyper greedy. It's going to be Rax, Expand, Marine first, no Reaper. There's no Reaper Scout and there's no SCV Scout. Percival, he will have no idea as to what's going on. So no Scouts, late realization. This is all lining up for herO. It's all lining up. We're holding off with the Zealots. Keeping it hidden. Adept is on the way. That will hit a little bit faster than the Stalker. herO does expand behind this. Zealot does bypass a Marine. And delays. Yeah, Zealot does delay. Bunker gets thrown down immediately. Swipe on the Marine. Swipe with the SCV. Yeah, the boys are being pulled. Boys are being pulled. Adept does commit in. Going for the Marine. He wants it. One more shot. Ooh, takes down the Marine. Does get surrounded though, almost. Yeah, it does slip away. Now going for the SCV. Bunker is going to be denied. More workers are low, but in miscontrol there. Here he does waste one of the shots. But he takes over the natural. No shot. He takes over the natural. We have reacted Marine and Hellion is on the way. That's going to be a cancel. I don't see Percival defending here unless he has to pull the boys. Yeah, here we go. He has to pull the boys. It's the only way. Does move down. Adept does kite away. It does kite back. Marines are more exposed, and that's going to be 2 dead Marines. Still no CC. This is too much. Too much damage. GG gets called. It snowballs out of control, and herO, he will take the series 3-1, advancing on to the grand finals. GG. GG, well played. I'm still thinking about Necropolis. I'm still thinking about game 2. Game 2, I mean, should have been Percival's game as well, but GG, well played. A really shaky early game here. Again, Percival, unfortunately, no scouting. He had no scouting, he had no vision, so he wasn't able to react fast enough. I might say react fast enough. He did throw down his bunker, but he wasn't able to retain that low ground. He was not able to finish the bunker. He was not able to retain his Marines either. It all just snowballed out of control. GG. GG, well played. With that, herO will claim the series. herO, he will advance on into the grand finals, and the question becomes, who will face off against him in those finals? Oh boy. Here we go. Exclamation mark B. Exclamation mark B in the chat if you guys want to have a look at the bracket yourselves. The bracket is live. The bracket is stacked, and we do have Clem versus Cure, I think, still ongoing. No, they just cut to a break, I think. Yeah, they might have just cut to a break. Let's head on over to the America server. Does anyone know, did Clem versus Cure finish? Are they mid-series? I see Enki's on a break, I believe. Pig and Steadfast, they're out of game. Looks like Clem won. I think Clem won the game at least. But there's no updates on the brackets. Clem won 3-1. Okay. So Clem won 3-1. So GG, well played. That means we have our grand finals. It's going to be a best of 5 between Clem and herO. Okay. I'll take your word for it. But it looks like we're going to be come to a break. Yeah, it looks like all the streams are on break, so we're going to be come to a break here, and when we come back, we'll have our grand finals. It'll be that TVP between Clem and herO. We'll see you soon. We will see you soon after the break. And welcome back, everyone. Welcome back. Welcome back to the final series of the broadcast. Welcome back here to the grand finals. Those grand finales here. It's going to be a TVP best of 5, and spawning in the bottom right hand corner, we have the French Terran player. We have the red Terran representing Team Liquid. It is Clem. Are we going proxy gate again? And spawning in the top right corner, we have the blue Protoss player. We have the South Korean Protoss moving out with a very fast probe. Representing T1, it is herO. Here we go, going for the very fast probe scout. Again, Clem, he is known for proxies at times, especially in TVP, but this time herO, he will confirm that the Rax is back at home. Meanwhile, if you're in the chat, you know what time it is. It is a Gamba time. Predictions are open. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series, on who you think or who you think how you think the series will progress. Best of luck. Best of luck in the chat with your predictions, with your Gamba. Coming into this, I lean. Do I lean towards herO, or do I lean towards Clem? It's a Gamba. It is a Gamba here. I will say that herO has been on a tear as of late. If you've been watching StarCraft, you would know that, what was that, like last week, herO, he won 5 out of 6 tournaments. Like, it was insane. Like, herO was winning everything. And Clem has been having a bit of a harder time in Terran vs Protoss. He has been having a harder time. So I lean towards herO here in the finals, but obviously this can go either way. Like, Clem is the best Terran in the world, herO is the best Protoss in the world, so I mean, we're hoping for a back and forth. Regardless of who wins, I want a game 4, I want an ace match. That's what I want out of the series. We'll see if we can get there. We shall see. Thanks for Pig said there as I opened the stream. Yeah, that was the case. Was the case. Thank you for the update. Thank you. Gracias, papi, gracias. You BGH official SE2. Wait. I just realized. Is that Big Game Hunters? Question mark? It's the BGH. But thank you so much for confirming. As we are going to be settling into game number 1. From here, we're going to be calming down. We're going to be settling in. We do have an economic start here by Clem, going for a Rax expand into a safety bunker on the low ground. Does go for the safety bunker. At the same time, Reaper does poke in, pulls away. And we have our tech of choice. Going to be a Twilight Council opener out of herO. Opening up Twilight Council in towards Blink. Meanwhile, Clem does go for the earlier add-ons here, going for the reactor, going for the tech lab. As a result, we're going to be skipping any kind of commitment into Reaper Hellion. So no commitment into Reaper Hellion. We're taking up instead. From here, this can lead into an add-on swap. It can be like Cyclone into add-on swap into Banshee play. We can go into early Raven. Show us what you got. We can go double Cyclone into Medevac, into drop. The Reaper is zoned away, and we'll keep an eye on the gateway count from herO, especially on a map like Ruby Rock. We're expecting a higher gateway count. I know that last time we saw 2 gate blink into a 3rd, which would be crazy greedy, but there it is. Safety robo and the 3rd gateway. herO plays safe. He's playing safe, being secure. It looks like there is no add-on swap, so Cyclone into Medevac into early drop. herO does gain map control. Clem moving out. Here he comes. Cyclone got his 4 Marines. Ideally, this should be for economic damage. And herO does barely miss the move out. Just barely. Does miss the drop. As herO does slip by. Yeah, slips into the mineral line. Sorry, Clem slips into the mineral line. Gets 1, gets 2 probes. Not bad. 2 probes, and he gets away. This is all pre-blink. Yeah, blink is not done. Nice damage here from Clem. Didn't lose anything. Got 2 free workers. Pulls away, races back home. Behind this, building up his tanks, building up his ravens. And herO, do you see what I see? I see not 3 Gate Blink, I see 4 Gate Blink Stalker. 2 gates in the main, 2 gates of the natural hyper aggression out of herO. He's moving out across the map, and the goal here is to break Clem. Ooh, and Clem doesn't know. Clem, he did see 1 gateway, but this could still be 3 Gate Blink for all he knows. Like, he has no idea. He has 1 tank in the main, 2nd tank is on the way. The natural is exposed. herO's coming. And we'll see if he hits the natural or the main base. Now we do have that 2nd tank. Okay, tank is in position. So pretty secure setup here. Tank, bunker, the ByuN army as well. herO, he has high ground vision with the War Prism. He can head into the main base. The add-ons are exposed. Somewhat. And he's going for the main. Yeah, he's going in. Does go for the dive. Yeah, blinks in. The tank is very far back. Yeah, he gets baited. He gets baited in. Massive tank shots here in the army. Boy's being pulled. SCV's going to be going down. herO's going to be forced out of the main. He should be forced out. Oh, does pick up the Raven though. Okay. Raven does fall. That was a bit of an overextension here for Clem. Does overextend. Tank was in a very secure position though. And Clem so far is holding. Bunker goes down. Nice rotation. Takes down the bunker. Going for the tank. Tank goes down. Heavy losses there for herO. Bleeding out 3 stalkers. And 3+ stalkers go down. Catching out the Cyclone. herO blinks away. And Clem defends. So far, Clem is holding on. That was 7 stalkers going down. herO's not done. Yeah, herO's not done. He still commits. Pushing further in. Stim finishing up in 10 seconds. Clem just needs a little bit more time. He knows. And now finishing up. And here he's in trouble here. Stim is revealed. Clem has the high ground. And herO's third is so late. It's so delayed. You can see herO trying to force army back home. But Clem pushes. Yeah, Clem, he just commits across the map. The 4 Gate Blink has not been worth it. Not worth it. herO, he needed more damage. He was hyper aggressive. The aggression failed. And now Clem, he makes it across the map. He makes it across. Stims in. That's going to be a kill, not a cancel. Recalls back home. Tank is sieged. Nice mine shots in the Stalkers. They cannot push in. Yeah, the Stalkers, they're being punished. Immortal gets focused down as well. And herO's overwhelmed. He's overwhelmed. He cannot keep up. We just snowball out of control. The 3rd base will fall, and Clem will start things off with a win. As there's no saving the 3rd. Diving on the Immortal. GG gets called, and Clem, he takes a 1-0 lead in the series. GG. Whew, GG, well played. Again, this is the risk you take. This is the risk you take when you go 4 Gate Blink Stalker. 4 Gate Blink Stalker. It's not an all-in, but it is a very, very aggressive build, and you need to find more damage. You need to not just find damage, but you need to be able to contain your opponent to be able to allow yourself to get a later 3rd, right? Your later 3rd expansion and build up into a macro game. herO, he was able to kill 1 tank, he was able to kill a bunker, he was able to kill a Raven, some okay pickups, but he bled out too many stalkers is the issue. He lost 7 stalkers in the process, so that did trigger a counterattack, right? It triggered Clem to break out into the map, to break out across the map even, and to punish herO. GG. GG, well played. herO, he was punished, and with that, we're now getting into game number 2. Let's go. Let's go. Oh, as game 2 is going to be on BlackRock. Ah. We're jumping into the World of Warcraft again. It's time to... What do they say? So just making sure we have all the casters. Let's go. It's time to lock Targar. True. I appreciate the aesthetic. I appreciate it. It's good. It's good. Not just the aesthetic, but I appreciate the map itself. I should emphasize. It isn't just visually appealing. But here we go. Spawning in the top right-hand corner of BlackRock, we have the French Terran player. We have the French Terran himself leading the series 1-0. It is Clem. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have his opponents. We have the South Korean Protoss player. We have the blue Protoss representing T1. It is herO. Let's go. Let us go. As again, welcome on all to Blackrock. Blackrock is one of the newer maps that Avex did create here, going to be submitted to the most latest TLMC, and of course does have that World of Warcraft or that Warcraft aesthetic. Yo, we got the massive spikes, we got the bones here, spiking out of the main base. We do have our orcs huddling in the corner of the map. Let's go. We have our turrets as well, our towers here outside of the main base, and I believe here in the center as well. Yeah. Let's go. I haven't seen if there are any other like Easter eggs, like if there's like a chieftain or like a blade master hidden somewhere or anything of that nature. Not too certain. But seeing this in StarCraft reminds me of like the Easter eggs that were in the Warcraft 3 campaign. Like I think there was like a Night Elf mission where there's like a Hydra like hidden in the forest in the corner, a pretty like high definition Hydra as well. There's like things of that nature. Yeah, good times, good times. We'll try to keep an eye for Easter eggs. When it comes to the map itself, again, it does have some unique terrain. I will say that there are some, I wouldn't say choke points, it's like almost perceived choke points. It's just a lot of tall grass. There's a lot of tall grass. There's a lot of obscured vision outside of the natural, outside of the third base, outside of the fourth base as well. A lot of tall grass, a lot of obscured vision. Likewise, a lot of rocks that can be knocked down. I will say that it does feel like your initial 3-base setup is quite defendable because you can knock down these rocks and kind of limit attack paths, but once this gets opened up, it's actually quite open. It's actually quite open here on the left hand side. Likewise, we do have multiple entrances here towards the fourth base as well, so I appreciate the amount of attack paths that are available in a longer game state once things open up, right? Once these rocks get knocked down and the towers are cleaned up as well. For now, Stargate Opener. Stargate Opener out of herO, going to be opening up with the initial, I would imagine, Oracle Opener. Quite risky, quite greedy, but on these larger maps, it is more viable to do so. So herO does mix it up, but meanwhile, racks expand out of Clem. Racks expand into factory. Here we go. How many gold bases? Unfortunately, I believe 0. Yeah, no gold bases, no hybrid bases, none of that. None of that. I appreciate it because, if I'm not mistaken, this looks like it looks like a custom, like this is not like a watchtower was like imported into StarCraft. Like no, like this was like a Frankenstein watchtower. Like you can tell, like like there are like these like a manual like wooden logs on top of like a manual like umbrella. Like I'm pretty sure that's like that's like a either an umbrella or just like a piece of flooring that's been put up here on top of an Ewok house. Like there's an Ewok house here as well. Like this is like a custom tower that was like Frankenstein together. Custom watchtower, I mean. Some effort was put into making this. So we appreciate it. We appreciate it. Oh, yo, we even have like rams on the ground and stuff. Let's go. And it was, I think it was like a year ago where the Warcraft assets were added to StarCraft 2. Like relatively recently. So there we have the orc models. As now we're building up. We're building up against Stargate Opener into Blink. Okay. Often not the case. Usually it's Stargate into Charge, but instead we have Delayed Blink into a third base. Again, a much tamer opener here by herO as we're building up into the mid game. Nowhere near as aggressive this time. Setting up stasis traps. We do have some extra towers here in the center, which can also block off the entire main attack paths, actually. True. So these center rocks. We also have rocks here on the right and left hand side. This also does limit any kind of attack, oh sorry, any kind of harassment issues here pushing in towards your triangular third. True. Does limit harass. As here he throws stasis traps. There is a lot of dead space here outside of the main. A lot of space. It's very nice aesthetically, I mean. I have to imagine there has to be like a, I almost said moon shrine. No, what's it called? There has to be like a healing shrine acid in StarCraft, right? This would have been an ideal position for like a healing shrine. I mean like aesthetically, not like an actual healing shrine, which do also exist in SC2. There we go. As here he does throw in a dive, he does have blink, but he cannot push into the main. We mentioned this previously, but it does look like a really awkward kind of blink rotation into the main base on this map due to the mineral patches. So there's no easy way into the main. Clem does deflect. So far so good. herO looking for another way in. herO does bypass the army. He will go straight into the main. Okay, he's going for it. Yeah, it does blink in. Denying the upgrade, going for a concussive shell. Not the most important upgrade, and we're just going for the base trade. We're going for the base trade. Clem commits across the map. There's the recall back home. herO, he's behind the army still. Uh-oh. Yeah, a little bit messy here, and herO, he cannot come in from behind. The choke point here is going to be brutal. herO rotating over. A bit of an awkward engage. Tanks are unsieged. Okay. Yeah, does catch the tanks. Gets one, gets maybe up to two, but the bio army does punish. So many stalkers go down. He stims in, he punishes the stalkers. And Clem has done it. He has broken herO. As the fourth base will fall. That's a kill. Two stalkers left. Down to two stalkers. Down to one. Almost zero. Yeah, down to one stalker. herO does barely hold, but it didn't cost him the army, cost him the expansion. herO barely survives. Just barely. But yeah, this choke point is brutal. It does mean that if you ever try to expand here on the left hand side, you have to deal with this. As your opponent can of course use this to their advantage to cover their behind their army, to cover their retreat, cover their flank even. herO does backstab. Okay. Gets into the mineral line. SCV's going down. At least some economic damage. Yeah, getting up to 6. 6 SCV kills. Stalkers are pushing towards the third. Not bad. Yeah, nice moves here by herO. Doing a recan. Oh, but bleeds out a Stalker. Yeah, still bleeds out a Stalker. That's a crazy choke. This is crazy. Like, I wouldn't be able, I feel like, because I was looking at this earlier, this choke point is brutal here in different ways. Like, again, I don't really see an army pushing through this if you're in position, right? Like, if for example, the Terran army. The Terran army is in position, herO can never push through this. No shot. But as we saw, if the army can get through this position as well, like, I mean, how do you engage from behind? You don't. Can't engage from behind. You cannot surround, cannot flank. You can argue that was on herO to not be in position to like force field and to keep up, and that's true. Like herO was across the map if you remember. Like, it was very messy, very messy. Here we go. herO dives in, takes out one of the tanks, but the bio army is just too strong. Too many marines, too many marauders. We just stim in, collapsing on the stalkers, cleaning up all the zealots. Another zealot run by the right hand side. herO getting desperate again, going for another run by, trying to distract. Being an annoyance more than anything, but Clem doesn't care. Yeah, Clem is not distracted. Yeah, he has enough at home to defend. He defends back at home, kills the fourth base for a second time. Just go straight for the mineral line. The probes. He gets both. ¿Por qué no los dos? As again, herO knows he cannot defend against this. Trying to go for the base trade. He's trying. Does kill a decent amount of SCVs, but only workers. They're only SCV kills, really. As a natural is killed. Now going for the third. Honestly, Clem could have gone into the main. There's nothing here. There's nothing to stop Clem, but instead he just settles for the third base. Cripples the economy. Before turning around. And GG gets called. Clem, he'll take a 2-0 lead in the series. GG. Again, herO, he was just caught out of position. herO was being active on the map. He was pushing across the map, and he was caught with his pants down. Clem, he was able to bypass the main army. We saw the herO recalled, but he still had another force out on the map as well. Like, it was very, very messy when it came to that early game defense from herO. He lost everything. He lost the main army, and he lost his fourth base, if you recall. That was the moment when he lost his fourth, and herO never quite recovered from that aggression, from those trades, as he bled out so many stalkers, so many expensive units to that main push from Clem. GG, well played. Clem does take it to a lead. herO did a decent job when it came to trying to recover and dealing counter damage with Zealot round by Zealot counterattacks, Stalker counterattacks as well, but that wasn't enough to recover. That wasn't enough to make up for the deficit that herO had. GG, well played, and with that we're going to be loading into game 3. You're going to be loading into Winter Madness, potentially the final game of the series. Let's go. Let's go. As we're hoping for a back and forth, we're hoping for a game 4, we're hoping for a game 5, but the pressure is now on herO. No. Pressure's on. Un momento. As hopefully we can get everyone in. Beautiful. As we're getting into Winter Madness here. So we just had to remake as the wrong server was selected. But now we're getting into game number 3 here. And again, I'm hoping for a back and forth. herO's been very diverse in his play. Game 1, he went into 4-gate blink. In game 2, he went into an Oracle opener, into delayed blink stalkers instead, into a more like passive start, but still actually caught out for being overly aggressive. What's it going to be here in game 3? As spawning in the bottom right hand corner of Winter Madness, we have the South Korean Protoss player. We have the blue Protoss representing T1. Down heavily in the series, he has to begin the comeback here and now. It is herO. And spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have his opponents. We have the French Terran player. We have the red Terran representing Team Liquid. It is Cure. Here we go. So we're getting into our next game, as we're getting into our next matchup here. Oh boy, gonna be loading into a larger map of the map pool. If we were ever to embrace a longer game, it would be here on Winter Madness. This is known for the mid game, known for the late game, secure and defendable natural, 3rd and 4th expansions, and longer rush distance by ground. We've yet to really sink our teeth into the mid game. Like, sure, the game has been lasting a little bit longer in the sense that, you know, both players have been getting their 3rd bases up and running and threatening a 4th base as well. But the reality is that both game 1 and game 2 were decided early on, right? It's like we saw some very early damage dealt, and then we saw the game last like an extra 5, 6, 7 minutes, but like with one player playing from behind the entire time, looking very desperate for damage. I mean, that's been herO's case for game 1 and game 2. So hopefully we can tighten up the early game. Just gotta tighten up. Este de Snackets. Gracias, papi, gracias. God. Muchas gracias. Here we're calming down. We do have a rank expand open out of Clem, this time going for the CC on the high ground, so a little bit paranoid about a proxy. As you can see, he's even scouting diligently here with the Reaper, convinced that there is a proxy gateway. So very safe play by Clem, very safe. As herO does open Twilight Council. We're expecting Blink, but against Percival we did see a charge-based opener, so that's also on the table. I mean, now that we're down in the series, we could just go for the most standard build possible. We could just go 3-gate Blink into a third. Could just play standard. So we finally calm down. There it is, gonna be Blink, not charge. Behind this, Clem setting up his Mind Drop. The goal here is scouting information to get eyes on the tech, bearing in mind that last game herO did open Stargate, so clearly is willing to mix things up in such a way. So it's on Clem to figure that out. Extra gateways get thrown down. It is indeed going to be 3-gate Blink. Yes, yeah, 3 gateways. No shot it goes 4-gate Blink again. I mean, he could, but I feel like it'd be unwise to do so. As here comes the drop. A little bit old school. It's not going to be a Mind Drop, it's going to be a Mind Marine Drop. If you remember, this was popularized by ByuN and maru a couple of years ago. I think 2 years ago, around 2 years ago. This was popularized. The goal here is for economic damage. Ideally, you don't want the Mind Shot in the mineral line. You want the Widow Mine to zone away the Stalkers and Marines to pop off. Speaking of Marines, they focus on the probes. Widow Mine deals bow. So far, 3 probe kills, not bad. Catching out 3 probes, and Clem gets away. At the same time, Hellion does bust into the main base, but no damage. Was on A move. Yeah, was on A move against the buildings. And with that, Clem does pull away. How many gateways do we have, by the way? 3-gate Blink and no Robo. We're committing across the map quite hard here. Wait, what? No Robo, no Prism. herO will expand behind this. Interesting builds. I don't think I've seen this variation before. Where there's no Robo, there's no Prism. Going into a forge for +1 into a delayed third. Yeah, blinks in, takes out the tank. Tank goes down. Stalkers they pull away, not bad. But there's no high ground vision. Right? There's no way for high ground except for a hallucination. Here he can try to hallucinate. For now, just going for the bunker. Okay. And late repair. Late repair. Bunker goes down. Tank is repositioning. Better trades for herO. So far, much better trades. There's a hallucination as well. Going into the main. Blinks in. Ooh. Yeah, Mind does punish. But takes out the tank. At the same time, probes are going down. The Liberator pops off. 6 probe kills. Oh my god. The one Liberator. 7 probes. We're getting messy. We're getting very messy here. 7 probe kills across the map. Diving on another tank. That's going to be 2 tank kills. Stalkers, they pull away. I get a messy defense here from Clem. He is holding. And he is holding on when behind Dark Shrine. DT is going to be on the way. Remember here, he delayed his third base in favor of this damage, and so far, it's been okay. He lost the sentry. No more hallucinations. Tank shots going off. Oof. That's a lot of tank shots, and with that, herO gets punished. That was not quite worth it. Stalkers are very low. And bold move out of Clem in the middle of the defense goes for the drop. Let's go for the drop. herO back at home. He's taking up. Still no robo. Claiming a fourth gas. Scan does reveal the army. Threaten to move out. Nice reactions out of Clem. Pulls away without losing anything. Shadow Strider's on the way. I don't think he was in a bad position here. He was able to get some damage done, that is true, but it did cost him a lot of Stalkers, and he did lose 11 probes in total at home. If it wasn't for that Liberator, I would prefer hero's position, but again, the economy is still a little bit lackluster. Here he still has to build up. At least he killed 3 tanks. Clem is stuck at home. Speaking of tanks, gets another. Another tank goes down. 3 SCV kills. Do we get a second tank? The answer is yes. 2 tank kills. Oh my god. Do we get all 3? Yeah, no scans. Yeah, no scans available. DTs are wreaking havoc. The Invisible Man is just too much. 11, 12, 13. Yeah, 13 SCV kills, 2 tanks, there's 1 tank left. Heavy losses here for Clem, this should not have happened. 13 SCVs, insane damage. Scans are not available, he was just muling too hard. Muling too hard. And now Clem's committed. Clem, he's all in at this point. He's all in. He has to try to end the game. He's giving chase, no splash damage for herO. But does still have plenty of zealots. Clem, he gets forced back for now. He's down 20 workers. He's teching. Oof. He's turtling. Oh boy. So Clem is just going to be turtling up back at home. Slowly getting his academy into Viking production, into eventually a 4th CC. It's a long road to recovery here for Clem. And herO can now gain map control and mass expand. Oh boy. He's gaining map control. herO should be the first to max out. Clem, he'll have the opportunity if herO takes some bad fights. But he's hoping for that. He's just hoping for bad fights, bad trades. herO still being active. Still looking for a way in. Remember, herO does not need to push in. He does not need to push into the 3rd. Oh, as Clem moves out, DT moves in. Nice counterattack. Meanwhile, Force Wheels lock down Clem. I was gonna say that herO doesn't have to push in. At the same time, Clem shouldn't be pushing out. Like that's this is not like this. It's too late. It's too late to be aggressive, Pappy. Too much time has passed. Go Prism into the main. herO, he does hit the natural. He's just pulling Clem apart. And herO, he's here to make a series out of this. It will not be a 3-0. herO pulls away with the main army. Zealots in the main. Zealots in the natural. SCVs are going down. Critical damage. 20 SCV kills. Clem's being torn apart. It's being torn apart, back. GG gets called, and herO puts a point on the board. GG. Whew. Yeah, here he does fight back, does put a point on the board. As we mentioned, winding it back here, Clem, he had a very, very shaky kind of mid-game. We saw that he was shut down, losing so much of the Stalkers. The Stalker aggression was insane. It was a bit of a back and forth with Clem getting some damage across the map with his Liberator, but in the end, he was just being bullied by the Stalker army of herO. Oh. Was getting bullied, he lost too many SCVs. Specifically, what really sealed the deal, of course, were the Dark Templar. The DTs did critical game-winning damage, and that's why we mentioned once the DTs wrapped up, once they were dealt with, Clem was all in. Clem was all in, but just didn't have enough to push out across the map. So from there, the goal should just be to turtle up, but Clem, he was being more active instead, was caught out in the open. GG. GG, well played. With that, we have a series, and we'll see if herO can force the ace match. That's what I'm hoping for. Let's go. Let's go. When were these games played? They were played right now. This is live. Clem usually goes to bed at 10 a.m. Alright, spawning in the top right hand corner of Storm Push, we have the French Terran player. We have the red Terran representing Team Liquid. It is Clem. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have the South Korean Protoss player. We have the blue Protoss representing T1. It is herO. Here we go. As we're getting into game number 4. But yes, Clem, he's one of the many European degens, papi. But there are a select few amounts of players that do stay up very, very late into the night to compete in tournaments on a more regular basis. So think of Clem, think of MaxPax, think of Geralt, think of sometimes Wayne, Nickrak comes to mind as well. There's basically a handful of European players that do stay up very, very late to compete in tournaments. A handful of them. The degens, papi. Clem and MaxPax being the two notable ones, like the two highest rated ones. Like players like Raynor and herO and Showtime, they do not ever stay up for this. Like they always go to bench. But Clem and MaxPax, and sometimes Skillus. Sometimes Skillus goes full degen as well. Not even, like I say sometimes, like maybe like twice a year. Like it's so I'll take that one back. It's mainly MaxPax and Clem. And of course some of the other more kind of like mid-tier players. So think of like Geralt, Nickrak, GG Machine, Young Yakov. Yeah, those kind of players. Oh, the Storm Surge. You can do it. You can do it. He makes it. Let's go. Welcome to Storm Surge. Sorry, Storm Push. Wait, did they change the name? What? Wait, what? They changed the name. What? This is Storm Surge. They changed it to Storm Push. I mean, obviously it's the gimmick of the map is on the nose with Storm Push because your units are being pushed. But Storm Surge sounded better in my opinion. Like what the hell? It's kind of lame. Okay. Well then. So welcome to Storm Push, I suppose, as it looks like they've renamed the map. But as you can see here, it does have a unique feature, specifically the tide, the push of the storm, I suppose. As you can see here with the debris, with some of the effects, does push here towards the center. This does push against your army, against any units moving in towards the center. It also speeds up, to be fair. Like if you move with the current, with the tide, then your units are sped up or slowed down depending on the direction. You know what would be crazy? This reminds me of the Shadowcraft Clan Wars maps. Is periodically, like every couple of minutes, like the tide would shift into a different direction. Like that would be crazy. That'd be crazy. Reminds me of the Clan War maps. But it is currently only in one direction. One direction for each one. I think the original map didn't have the push. Storm Surge did have the push. But thank you so much. Thank you so much, Conquest King in the chat. Thank you so much for Twitch for subscribing for the first time with Twitch Prime. Thank you, Piper. Thank you. Thank you so much for the support. Hope you enjoy the content, the casting, and the StarCraft, and I hope you enjoy your new emotes and also replay packs. If you wish replay packs, I would suggest joining our Discord server and connecting your Twitch with Discord. That will give you access to our exclusive channel, which does allow us to share replays with our subscribers. So we do share replays. Here we go. I'm French, so I don't really follow night tournaments. It's all good. It's all good. Understandable. Like if you're out there, if you're in Europe, get some sleep, papi. Get some sleep. You're an animal. You're an animal. As behind this, it is going to be a Stargate follow-up here. Wait, what? Sorry, Stargate Opener. Stargate Opener into charge. A little more of a common follow-up here. Clem, I believe, did get into the main base, did scout the Stargate, but has yet to confirm the follow-up. As we are slowly building up. Clem just building up into bases, getting to his own stim timing, into bio tank. Getting into his bio tank. Likewise, herO claiming his third. Now, when it comes to the Tyrant here in the center, again, it does kind of move with your army. You can be sped through the map. You can be slowed down through the map as well. You have to be careful. We can see that Clem, he will avoid the center. It does pivot on the right-hand side. Does get spotted by the Oracle. It's going to be spotted. Oracle does barely get away. Breaks the lock-on. We do have a proxy pylon here to reinforce across the map to harass, to counterattack, to backstab. And Clem's army is spotted. Is spotted. We do see herO getting ready for a surround, getting ready for a flank. Collapsing the army. He can lift. Does go for the marauders. Getting on top of the tanks, getting one, getting on top of two, and actually goes to lift on Marines. Okay. It does pick up a handful of Marines here, but alas, he does not have enough. The final tank survives. Yeah, tank does survive. Clem holds his own. Reinforcements are coming. They are coming in, cashing out his zealots. Oh, geez, we just pulled the boys. Oh my god, I didn't even notice. The boys have been pulled. Clem, he's just two base all in, and he's breaking through. He's just breaking through, catching out all the zealots, breaking through the stalkers, breaking through the feasts, I should say. And again, there's barely an army. The boys are here. They're mass repairing. And again, we're down to 3 zealots. 3 zealots and 1 stalker. There's barely a ground army. The Phoenixes, they can barely help. Sure, they can lift, but they can't deal with the bio army, not like this. It has to pull the boys. Decent force field. Forcing friendly fire. Trying to at least... Oof. Yeah, trying to force that friendly fire, but there's still 2 tanks behind this. Critical damage. And Clem, he's doing it. He's doing it. He's breaking the back of herO. Mine just going off. There's 1 cell left. Yeah, nothing left on the ground. And the bunkers are finishing. Yeah, bunkers are finishing up. Dives into the bunkers. That'll be a kill on the 3rd. And again, we're still just rallying. Oh no! He's getting caught out! The reinforcements. Yeah, getting caught out in the center. He can't get away. No! The storm surge back. It's catching him out. Not like this. Get out of here, Pat. Okay, we're going for the base trade. herO gets across the map. Hits the natural. At the same time, Clem, does he turn around? I mean, there's not really much left over, actually. herO, can he pull this off? Can he do it? We do have reinforcements. Without the reinforcements, Clem should be able to hold on. Oof. It cleans up all the zealots, still cleans out more SCVs. Back in the natural, what do we have? We have an Archon, we have more zealots. No battery. And herO does stop reinforcements. Clem turns around. Get out of here. Let's go. No, he's gonna get stuck. Clem, not like this. No, he's getting caught. Yeah, he gets caught out in the center. No. The map kills him, Pappy. Not like this. And with that, Clem, he has no tanks left. Trying to race back. Respect the storm surge, Pappy. Respect it. And herO expands. herO, he's recovering. He's recovering. Claiming his 3rd, pushing across the map. It's mainly Marine. There's 1 tank behind this. It can be lifted. Actually, just going for the Marines, okay. Does go for the lift on the Marines. Tank goes down. GG gets called. And herO, he will force the ace match. GG. Whew, GG, well played. He survives the 2-base duel, and again, Clem, he was doing well. He was doing well for himself. A really smart move from herO to go for the counterattack, to catch reinforcements and to force Clem back home. On top of that, Clem, he got caught in the center of the map. Potentially, he could have kept the game going if he had preserved that army and made it back home to defend. He would have been able to hold on and then maybe make a game out of it. It's hard to say because he had so few SCVs. Regardless, GG. GG, well played. With that, we're going all the way to the ace match. Going to game 5. Let's go. Let us go. Just got out of work. Fair enough, fair enough. Take care, Pappy, take care. Whew. Take care. But yes, you're correct in saying that Storm Surge originally didn't have the push factor in the center. It was submitted in the last TLMC, if you recall. But when they added the effects in the center, it was still called Storm Surge last week. It was still called that. It was a more recent name change, which I feel like was a little bit unnecessary. I don't know if there's a reason for that. Like, I don't know if maybe there's like a TLMC reason. I do know that the Team Liquid map contest does have limitations. Does have limitations as to how often you can resubmit a map. I think it has a limit of 3. So basically, for 3 TLMCs, you can submit the same map. But after that's like you can't submit that map anymore. I think it's like 2 or 3. Like that's the limit that you have if you want to resubmit older maps that you made previously. So if there was a name change, it's possible that the reasoning for that would be to get around that. Like it's possible. Not sure. I'm not sure because I didn't see the previous 2 Team Liquid map contests. But here we go. We're getting into our next game. We're loading into game number 5, the ace match, and spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Washout, we have the French Terran player. We have the red Terran representing Team Liquid. It is Clem. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have his opponents. We have the South Korean Protoss player. We have the blue Protoss representing T1. It is herO. Here we go. We made it all the way to the ace match, the final game of the series. It all ends here. It all ends on Washout. Washout is another one of these TLMC maps. This map was submitted last season, so this is also a resubmission here for Team Liquid Map Contest. And there have been some changes. There have been some adjustments in regards to the patches, but I'm not too certain as to other changes that have been made. So for those that are curious, we do have a bunch of hybrid bases here. We have 3 hybrid bases, sorry, yeah, 3 bases bottom right and 3 bases top left as well. So a bunch of hybrid expansions. Previously, you could knock down these towers and destroy the high yield patches, but recently, like a week or 2 ago, we actually had an update to actually make it so that the hybrid patches, the gold patches, are kept safe and the tower destroys regular patches instead. So it does make these bases more valuable. Does make them more valuable, as the gold matches will persist. Oh, clutch recall there out of herO. Saves the probe, just barely. 5 HP. Some of the other features, of course, is the towers, sorry, the rocks in the center. Center map is a little bit choked up. I would say there's obviously a very accessible natural here, a very massive entrance in between the bases, between the natural and the third, and likewise longer distance here between the natural, third, and fourth base. I don't think I have any like strong feelings about Washout. I think it's okay. I appreciate how accessible the third and natural are. Do appreciate that. But this time it is going to be a Twilight Council opener. I bring this up just because last game was Stargate, if you recall. Last game it was a Stargate. So Twilight Council out of herO. Getting to blink. From here, we'll get into the amount of gateways we're going to commit into, whether it's 2 gate blink, 3 gate blink, or 4 gate blink stalker. Eyes are on herO. He has mixed it up quite heavily this series. If you remember, game 1, he went into 4 gate blink stalker, which was very unsuccessful. So we should be leaning away from that heavy aggression. I say that we do have an extra gateway. Extra gateway hidden here behind the main. So 2 gates in the main, 1 gate at the natural. So far, it's 3 gate blink. We'll see if he throws down another. Meanwhile, Clem is going to be opening up 1/1/1 into Cloak Banshee. Thankfully, herO does get a safety robo, so he will have detection. He will have the observer. As Clem jumps into the main. He's here for economic damage. There is no Justice Pylon, but will be zoned back. And does at least get a full scout. He confirms 2 gates in the main base and the blink. Clem is also aware of the... he hasn't quite seen the gateways at the natural. But he should be aware there's at least 1. Just because this gateway is so late. So he's aware of the safer build. And herO even going for the bait before expanding. Creator, is that you? Creator is very fond of this style. So early bay, early Colossus production, late third base. This is a very safe build. Very, very safe. Just because it allows you to get your Colossus insanely quickly. Now, this also means that herO has a timing available. Once we build up into the mid-game and establish a third base, this will allow for a very fast first, second, and third Colossus. And we can hit a really strong 3 Colossus timing. That is going to be available for herO. We have... oh. Banshees moving out. So we have 2 Banshees here on the right-hand side. Main army towards the left. As Clem pushes, Clem is distracting herO. Remember, herO is not aware of the Banshees. Cloak is done, and 2 Banshees, they will one-shots. Do we have detection? 1 observer. Yeah, 1 observer. Oh, 0 observers. Observer gets caught out. No detection. Colossus is on the way, so there's no backup observer. No shot. This could end. This is too much. Yeah, already 1, 2, 3, 4 probes going to be going down. We do miss target fire, so no lined up shots there, but there we go. It's the main. A couple of missed shots. Clem moves in. Oh, Clem overextends. Yeah, big overextension. Clem, he will lose this army. This was meant to just be a distraction. The Banshees do a lot of damage. But the main army went down, so a bit of a back and forth. Again, Clem should not have been here. 10 probes go down. And I'm concerned about that early Colossus timing. Oh boy. As the Banshees are cornered. Prism moves out. Oh, going for DTs. Okay, that I was not expecting. Let's go. herO moves out. So I thought herO was dead last game and left. Did he make a crazy comeback? herO, he was yes, he did. herO, he was able to pull off some Zealot Realmwise and counterattacks. He was able to catch the reinforcements. He was able to cripple the economy of Clem back at home, and eventually catch the main army that was like left isolated from Clem. So Clem, he was kind of torn apart with Zealot Realmwise and counterattacks, as Clem was very all in, and he killed the third. It was good. Like, he killed the third base, but he wasn't quite able to keep pushing. It was close though. It was very close, very intense in that last game. From here, the Banshees are still alive. They did some decent damage. I'm just concerned about the main army for Clem. Something else that's really odd to me, I spoke earlier how there's going to be like a big timing with fast Colossus. herO hasn't made any more. Like, herO just made 1. Just the 1 Colossus. So the advantage of having the early bay isn't really there, as he's staying on a very low Colossus count. herO setting up for a run by. Clem is secure back at home. And herO, he now starts that second Colossus, but again, very late. And herO turns back around. We are getting into the mid game here. And I think I kind of favor Clem coming into the mid game. herO should have had a bigger advantage here. I feel like there should have been a bigger advantage. Elastic kind of missed that opportunity. Second Robo is on the way for double Colossus production, eventually into double Disruptor. Clem's getting a fourth. We're slowing things down. We're slowing things down. And from here, we can embrace a longer late game. We can max out for the first time. If you've been watching this series, it's been very aggressive. It's been very aggressive, cheesy at times, but very two-based heavy, I should say. Hello. As herO does skip a base, going for a quote-unquote ninja, going for a hybrid expansion. I mean, these gold bases do benefit Protoss a lot more coming into the late game. Extra minerals means extra zealots. Faster max outs. And again, Clem is just turtling up back at home. He's turtling on up. Eventually, Clem will max. No rush 10 minutes. I mean, it did begin with Clem losing his main army initially, but there were no repercussions for that. No repercussions. herO does rotate. He wants that third. Sorry, he wants a fourth. He is maxed. Ideally, herO does want to trade out these zealots. Getting another expansion. Rotating over. Ooh, Clem late to rotate. Clem's out of position. So second collapse in. He does commit. Catching on some of the ByuN. Getting on top of some of the Vikings. Doesn't break through. Shouldn't be able to. Yeah, herO does pull away. And again, this fight from herO was inefficient. That is true, but it was meant to be inefficient. It gets a tank. A crazy blink. Oh, god. Yeah, blinks in. Bleeds out all those stalkers. Every stalker goes down. That was not worth of a herO. That was crazy. And herO, he should lose everything here. 1 does barely graze the army. But that was a wild blink out of herO. That was not worth it. Expensive losses here for the Protoss. Trading out zealots earlier was fine, but herO lost all of his stalkers. Very gas intensive. So a better fight for Clem. herO got too excited. I got too excited. As the Banshees are finally going to be cleaned up. Gets one. Disruptors are amassing as we build up into Disruptors. Clem is building up into Liberators. Taking to the skies. Getting into Liberation. Nice SimCity here out of Clem. herO, he is going to be able to remax, but again, it's going to take quite some time, or longer than it should have. And here comes wave number 2. Oh boy. A lot more committed this time is herO. As we do see Clem is in position, never goes off. No major connections. Liberation has arrived. Clem ideally wants to bait the army to take a fight. Want to bait the army in. Here we're getting into the 95 workers, and now we're going for that Skytroll transition. 2 more Stargates. That should be for the Fleet Beacon Mothership into potentially Tempest. Against this turtle heavy style, Tempest are ideal to lay siege upon the Liberators, against the turrets, the buildings, the turtle. So you're taking every other base on the map. Takes all the other expansions. Or at least tries to. Nice snipe on the tower. Here we're rotating over. Oh! Almost getting caught. Almost getting caught out. Clem is getting a 5th. This is a scary moment for herO. herO, he cannot let this happen. Again, still looking for a way in. Base will fall. herO, he took these expansions, but he never mined from them, so these are still technically Clem's bases. Still his to take. Nice splits. Nice spread. Yeah, the command center does get low. Clem has to respect the army. Trying to flank, a little bit messy. Yeah, messy moves here by Clem. Throwing down the wall. Oof. Never to get one ghost. No second connection. Now, the scary thing about taking this high ground expansion is that this does mean that the low ground base is going to be more or less free. Another base goes down. This was also untouched for herO. So these are 2 fresh expansions for Clem. Remember, for the Protosway to be ahead, or sorry, to be even, they do need a higher base count. And herO is losing bases. Clem securing a greater economy. Remember, Clem's army is more efficient. Here's his cheaper. That's 2 Tempest. Those going off. Nice connections. Nice connections with the Novas. Connecting once again. Oh, but herO bleeds out too much. Yeah, he bleeds out the Tempest, the Disruptors, the Colossus as well, losing everything. And Clem's going for the kill. He's going for the kill, going for the throats. Liberation has arrived. He can land the Vikings if he so pleases. He can chase. He can give chase here. Tempest, get out of here. Tempest have to pull away. Oof, getting another Tempest. 1 Tempest left. Stalkers, they try to come in from behind here. herO, he can barely hold on. Barely does hold, but again, expensive losses for herO. Bearing in mind that herO does not have a gas bank. He's got 6,000 minerals, but no gas. Which is an issue. Is a problem. As again, here he's still stuck reacting with Pure Zealots. Another Tempest goes down. He's losing all of his Sky Toss, now going back into Colossus, but there's only Mass Viking. Like, the Colossus they're not the answer right now. There's 14 Vikings. What are the Colossus gonna do? They're gonna die, man. Oh, just like the Mothership. So here, just panic making Colossus. As another Colossus goes down. He has built up to 4 Colossi, to be fair. It's a lot of lasers. And Clem should not be out here. Yeah, Clem is getting caught out. He has to get the hell out of here. Vikings, they go to town. They reset the Colossus count once again. But Clem did overextend. And now finally Disruptors. Like we can't rely on Colossus. Not like this. Give us some Novas. Okay, double scans. Clem gets eyes on the economy. He does secure a fresh base. As we mentioned, like these 2 bases are free bases for Clem. And Clem might even take center right as well. Here he's going for the backstab. Commits into the planetary. Just a pure gateway army. SimCity here working against herO. Getting some of the ghosts. Gets one. Nasty piece. Second ghost goes down. Some extensive losses here for Clem. But Clem, he does fight back. Yeah, Clem, he does hold. Still a messy fight though. Did lose 3 ghosts. There goes off. Raising the army. Vikings forced to land. There's nothing up in the sky. Now, as you force the Vikings to land, as you reset the Viking count, then you can go back into Colossus. That's where you have that back and forth. Jesus. As we go for a massive Zealot run by. Clem turns around. Does cloak. Zealots are being cleaned up. So far, again, no major damage. The Zealots, they got 3 SCVs. Wow, no damage here. This was a big investment out of herO. Likewise, pushing in. Vikings forced to land. Did herO lose his fleet beacon? Wait, what? If he did, I didn't even notice. But the beacon's being rebuilt. Clem, he defends. herO plummets in supply. Once again, herO has a very low gas count. He warps in 20 Zealots. Oh my god. 20 Zealots warp in. Clem is ready. Ooh, herO, his Stalkers are getting caught out. Once again, expensive losses for herO. Stalkers have to commit. Zealots rotates to the planetary. Nice force fields, trying to delay the repair. Attempts to delay, but Liberation has arrived. And these Zealots are doing nothing. Yeah, not worth it. Stalkers are being annoying. Doing what they can. But all Stalkers go down. Clem still has the bigger bank. The greater economy. Oof. And with that, Clem is done it. Clem is done. He has broken the main army. You just keep on pushing. You just keep on going. There's no one left for herO. Got 2 Disruptors. 18 Zealots. Slow warping even. Slow warping. Clem is still being very tentative. He still doesn't want to push. Just focusing on defense. I mean, it's been working. herO has been coming to him. So Clem's been fighting on his terms. herO does remax. Remember, herO, he once had a 5,000 mineral bank. Not anymore. Now the Disruptors. Disruptors get caught. Novas do not connect. And again, herO, he has lost his bank. Clem takes over center right. Sims forward. Spots the mothership. He wants it. As herO, he attempts a base trade. At this point, hero's getting desperate. I mean, what else can he do? Going for the base trade, going for another expansion. Does not get the planetary. Oof. As the planetary does actually go down. It's had 19 ACVs, but that was still worth it for Clem. As herO plummets in supply once again. GG gets called. There's nothing left, and Clem will claim the series 3-2, becoming this week's PiGosaur Cup number 75 champion. GG. Whew. GG, well played with that. Clem, he will claim the series. Again, herO, he was struggling here when it came to securing a greater economy, taking gases, and taking up as well. herO, he was trying to work towards his Skytoss army, but again, he never really quite built up into anything too meaningful. I think he built up like 2 Tempests at a time, if that. Likewise, it can be a little bit too hard to go into the Colossus as a follow-up. GG. GG, well played. Here we go. Yo, Mido, calm down in the chat. Mido. But GG. GG, well played. With that, congratulations, Clem. He does claim the series. Does always going to be our champion this week. Shout out to herO for making a series out of it, for bringing us all the way to the ace match, all the way to game number 5. We had an intense back and forth, and even in this game we had a back and forth kind of setup as well. At a certain point though, as we kind of mentioned, the big power spike for Clem was when he took his own 4th and 5th base. Like, the 5th base was a big power spike. Once the 5th is taken, that's when things look very, very difficult for the Protoss. herO was being forced back. He was trying to push in, trying to punish those bases, but alas, he was stuck with a subpar army and was shut down. GG. GG, well played. Overall, I will say that it did feel like the SimCity for the most part was favoring the defensive setup there from Clem, especially with the high ground, especially with that center expansion. As you mentioned, once that center base gets taken, the southern 2 bases feel almost free there for the Terran player. So again, that was a big moment here for the Terran. GG. GG, well played. Another big factor, of course, is that players, they will be getting used to these maps over time if they become, you know, more regular, if they do hit the ladder. We'll see. We shall see. GG, well played. Congratulations to Clem. With that, we are going to be wrapping up. Here for the week. Let's catch up on our schedule. Let's go. Let us go. As we catch up with our schedule, as you can see here, we just wrapped up with our morning broadcast of PiGosaur Cup. This evening, we're going to be live with Kung Fu Cup. We have Kung Fu Cup this evening. That's going to be Wednesday night. That'll be at 6 p.m. KST. That'll be at 8 p.m. AEST. Tomorrow, we're going to be live with PiGosaur Cup. That is going to be tomorrow morning. We have the Podcast tomorrow evening. We have OSC Friday morning. We have more Kung Fu Cup. And of course, RSL on Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. 3 days of Revival StarCraft League. Plenty of content, plenty of casting, plenty of StarCraft. As always, here we cast more StarCraft than anyone else out there. More than Morty, more than Steadfast. We have the quantity, and we have a little bit of the quality as well. Let's go. Let us go. So again, plenty of content, plenty of StarCraft. I'm gonna go get some rest. I'm gonna go pass out. I'm gonna try to get some sleep before Kung Fu Cup. When it comes to Kung Fu Cup, we do typically expect some of the regulars here, like, you know, your heroes, ByuN, Shin, Solar, Max Pack, Showtime. Sometimes Lambo shows up, Clem, of course. So we'll be seeing some of the other regulars, a little bit more European centric, as it is at a more European friendly time slots, as opposed to this event, for example. But we'll see you later tonight. We'll see you later tonight for some Kung Fu Cup. Otherwise, thank you for watching. Thank you for watching. Thank you for tuning in. We'll see you guys next time. Again, this tournament is a weekly tournament. Every single week there is a PiGosaur Cup on a weekly basis. So do expect more of this in the future. Again, featuring more Koreans and some of the Europeans that do stay very, very late into the night. Stay up late. But otherwise, I'm gonna go get some rest. GG. And with that, we are switching things up. Also, if you want to support us, you can do so via following us on all the socials. Exclamation mark socials in the chat. We do stream on Twitch and YouTube at the same time. We stream on both channels alongside others. We stream on Soup, on Kick, on Facebook. So you can follow us where you so please. Likewise, if you want VOD content, YouTube is the place to be. We do upload VODs on a daily basis. So if you see something that you like, but if you can't watch it live, like Kung Fu Cup, or RSL, or Homestory Cup, or Rongi Cup, or Lily Cup, or Thunderfire, or some StarCraft Evolution, it is all on YouTube. It's all there, all on YouTube. So do check it out. Otherwise, thanks for watching. You can support us on Patreon if you wish. Our Patreon does fund our tournaments on a regular basis. So if you want to help support StarCraft, you want to help support the scene and support the players, you can do so via Patreon. Otherwise, we're going to get some rest. We'll see you guys next time. Until then, ciao, bye, ciao. Hasta luego. See you next time.